voice of Inter Miami Herons, Ken LaVicka. Now, we do have starting 11s for the fixture. I want to remind everybody, Lionel Messi is playing. If you have not seen the starting 11s yet, Lionel Messi is in the starting lineup and plans on playing. There were a couple of questions on if he was going to play today. Inter Miami did just clinch a playoff spot with their last win. Our Herons are winners of 3 in a row, but Lionel Messi in the starting lineup. And I think a lot of it has to do with the Herons going for the Supporters' Shield. If we remember, Inter Miami had 73 points on the league table last year. That was the most in MLS history. And Inter Miami was able to get the first round bye and also a berth to the CONCACAF Champions Cup. If you win the Supporters' Shield, you not only get that first round bye in the MLS Cup playoffs, you also get an automatic berth into the CONCACAF Champions League. So a couple of things on the line that we will address for Inter Miami for this one. But let's get you the starting 11 for the Herons. Once again, our Inter Miami Herons on the road, Toronto FC. Toronto, a team who has a 6-game unbeaten streak. They have drew 6 straight games, 6 draws in a row for Toronto FC. I don't think I've ever seen that on the MLS side, but they technically have an unbeaten streak, even though they haven't gotten a win, but they have drawn 6 games in a row. The 11 for your Inter Miami Herons, Jordi Alba starting at left back, Noah Allen at left center back. Moving on to right center back, you got Maxi Falcone checking in, and then Ian Frey playing right fullback. Into the midfield, it's 4-4-2, by the way, 4-4-2 for Inter Miami, 2 strikers up top, 4 defenders, 4 midfielders. Baltasar Rodriguez playing left mid. Sergio Busquets playing left center mid. Rodrigo de Paul right center mid. Tadio Allende checking in on the right side playing right mid. And then your 2 strikers up top, Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. This is the lineup, folks, that Coach Mascherano goes with when Suarez and Messi are both healthy and available. I feel the last 5 matchups where Suarez and Messi have played with each other, a 4-4-2 has been the lineup for Coach Mascherano. So we know how this works. Messi slides in, plays the false 9 role. False 9 role is when the striker plays with the ball at his feet, likes to be involved in the passing leading up to the attack. And then Suarez is going to be the advanced striker, who Messi is going to be looking for, who the midfielders are going to be looking for, slashing on in and trying to get that big old boot on the other end of the ball to get a goal. But I love the false 9 setup that Coach Mascherano has Messi play in this 4-4-2. I think that's where he is truly dynamic when he is dictating the game, when he has the ball at his feet, dictating on who it's going to, his dribbling within the box. How many times we've seen Lionel Messi pull a rabbit out of a hat when it seems like, it's impossible to get a shot off. He's able to dribble around defenders within the box in the penalty arc and make plays, if it's scoring goals and or assisting. But Alba, Allen, Falcone, Ian Frey, your defenders, Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo de Paul, Tadio Allende, your midfielders, and then Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi, your dual partnership strikers up top. Some other news for Inter Miami. Sergio Busquets, in my opinion, one of the best number 5s in the history of world football. I think when you think of Sergio Busquets, one line you could say about him, he truly makes the easy play look great. If it's a simple ball roll, if it's him doing a hesitation with the ball, he makes the easy plays look amazing. And Sergio Busquets is one of those players who I think when you remember him, he's going to be with the likes of Luis Suarez, with the likes of Lionel Messi. I mean, these guys, specifically Busquets and Messi, they came from the Barcelona Youth Academy together. They've been playing with each other for the better half of 20 years. Lionel Messi's first professional La Liga game was in 04-05. I mean, Sergio Busquets was not too far behind him right out of that youth academy. But Busquets announced yesterday that the rumors are true and he is going to be hanging up the boots at the end of the season. So Sergio Busquets, one of the better number 5 midfielders in the history of world football, announces his retirement. And once again, he just makes it easy look so great. Matteo Silvetti, the talented 19-year-old right mid from Argentina. If you remember, Inter Miami bought him from Old Boys. Old Boys is a team in the top flight Argentinian league, the same league where Lionel Messi came from. Matteo Silvetti got the call up from the 2025 U20 squad. The 2025 U20 World Cup is happening, and Matteo Silvetti will be representing Argentina and his squad. So no Matteo Silvetti in the lineup or as reserves today. But the starting 11s are out. And once again, the defenders, Jordi Alba, Noah Allen, Maxi Falcone, Ian Frey, from left to right, Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo de Paul, Tadeo Allende, and then Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi starting up top. Let's flip things on over for Toronto and see the kind of 11 that they're going with today. They will be going with a 4-3-3. So Inter Miami checking in with that 4-4-2, 4 defenders, 4 midfielders, 2 strikers. Toronto is going with a classic 4-3-3. The back line from left to right: Raul Petretta, Richie Laurier, Sigurd Rosted, Kosi Thompson. So once again, Raul Petretta, Richie Laurier, Sigurd Rosted, and Kosi Thompson. And in goal for Toronto tonight is Sean Johnson. In the midfield, from left to right, Jonathan Osorio, Jose Cifuentes, Alonso Coelho. So the midfield, and Osorio, Cifuentes, and Coelho, and then the attackers up top from left to right. You got their leading goal scorer, Theo Corbeau, at striker, Derek Etienne. And then right wing, one of the better players on the team is Georgi Mihalovic. So Mihalovic, Etienne, and Corbeau, the attack for Toronto today. So that is the 11. And once again, I did forget to mention, it just seems like such a staple in the lineup. You know, something that you could write in Sharpie. Asku Ustari will be the goalkeeper for Inter Miami. He is the number 1 goalkeeper when healthy, and he is the keeper for Inter Miami coming up today. Now, I mentioned the Supporter Shield. We started your Inter Miami pregame show powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. We started the show talking about the Supporter Shield. For those of you who don't know what the MLS Supporter Shield is, the Supporter Shield is awarded to the team with the most points at the end of the regular season within the MLS. The MLS is split up by 2 conferences, the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference. The Supporter Shield is handed to the team who has the most points, not just by conference, by, in both conferences. So let's say Inter Miami, for instance, let's use last year because this is a perfect example. Inter Miami had 73 points in the Western Conference. No one came close to that. So Inter Miami won the Supporter Shield. That easy. It's going to get interesting because I think there's a chance our Inter Miami Herons, I have a really good feeling about our Inter Miami Herons getting that Supporter Shield for the 2nd year in a row, just because they have 2 games in hand on 8 out of the 10 teams within the top 10 on the Supporter Shield table. If you put together all the Eastern Conference teams, all the Western Conference teams, and look at the Supporter Shield standings, Inter Miami has 2 games in hand, meaning they have to play 2 more games more than every other team. This comes from our Herons, duking it out in all of the competitions that they've played in: the CONCACAF Champions Cup, the FIFA Club World Cup, Leagues Cup. Inter Miami's been very busy this year. Now, they don't have any silverware from those 3 tournaments, but they played very well in CONCACAF Champions Cup, going all the way to the semifinal round. They became the first MLS team to advance in the FIFA Club World Cup and to beat a UEFA side. And then in Leagues Cup, they went all the way to the final and ultimately ended up losing to Seattle. But because of the success that Inter Miami has had in these leagues and in these tournaments, that's why they still are 2 games behind most of the teams in the Supporter Shield standings. When we come back from a timeout, we'll take a closer look at that. We'll continue to break down what exactly we are going to see tonight with our Inter Miami Herons and Toronto FC. This afternoon, late afternoon. I'm so used to these night games, folks. But it's a 4:30 kickoff coming up in Toronto. Starting 11s are out. Once again for our Herons: Jordi Alba, Noah Allen, Maxi Falcone, and Ian Frey. Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo de Paul, Tadeo Allende, your midfielders, and the dual strike partnership up top, Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. We are powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Folks, test drive that brand new Q6 e-tron today at your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. That is AudiUSA.com to learn more. And then, folks, you always hear me say, pull into that lot at Chase Stadium in style with the brand new Q6 e-tron. Turn some heads. with that brand new Q6 e-tron with your local South Florida Audi dealer. When we return, more Supporters Shield talk. Inter Miami, once again, 2 games in hand out of 8 out of the 10 teams in the top 10 of the Supporters Shield race. It's looking good for the Herons, who also play 3 opponents out of the 5 remaining who are already eliminated from playoff contention. More Supporters Shield talk when we return right here on your Inter Miami Radio Network.
He's not sending me return, I don't think.
Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach.
Putting the ball behind the keeper takes lots and lots and lots of tireless work that leads to something brilliant. It's the same with PNC Bank. They take a smart, practical approach with your money so you can score brilliant financial goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865 and proud banking sponsor of Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts. Visit pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Touchdown! Racetrack is proud to support our local high school football teams. Whether it's Friday night lights or tailgate parties, Racetrack has whatever gets you going to fuel all the gridiron excitement this fall. Grab your favorite snacks, crispy chips, delicious Nathan's hot dogs, sweet treats, or our house-made pizza slices. Don't forget to quench your thirst with a variety of ice-cold drinks. Racetrack, your one-stop shop to fuel your football Fridays.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
Hey guys, Mike Rizzo here. I know you're moving soon. Don't stress it. Call Good Greek for your total relocation solution. From packing and storage to local and long distance moves, Spiro and his team at Good Greek Moving and Storage has you covered from start to finish. Trusted by families, businesses, and teams like the Heat and the Hurricanes for over 2 decades. Make your next move simple, safe, and stress-free.
Good Greek Moving and Storage. Your superhero movers.
You lather, rinse, moisturize, and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. But here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault. It's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today for only $79 a month. Visit Culligan.com for more information or just say,
"Hey, Culligan man!"
The pink smoke is in the air. Inter Miami Soccer is on ESPN 106.3. Let's get back to the Inter Miami pregame show. Here's Mike Rizzo.
Rolling along on your Inter Miami Radio Network. Mike Rizzo here with your pregame show. We are powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. That is AudiUSA.com to learn more and check out that brand new Q6 e-tron. Starting 11s are out for our Inter Miami Herons. Jordi Alba, Noah Allen, Maxi Falcone, and Ian Frey are your defenders. Your midfielders, Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo de Paul, and Tadio Allende. And then your dual partnership strikers up top is Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. Now, I think it depends on where you see it. A lot of people are calling this a 4-1-1. A 4-4-1-1, meaning Messi is a central attacking midfielder. A couple of people are interpreting it as a 4-4-2. But I told you what's going to happen. It's the earlier is what's going to happen. It's Messi sliding behind Suarez, playing a false nine role, and making passes through. Truly very excited to see Lionel Messi in action again. And Messi, two braces in a row. So a brace is 2 goals, folks. His last 2 games, he said 2 braces in a row and an assist. So that's 6 goal contributions in 2 games. And the game before that, 3 games ago, he had a goal and assist. So, 8 total goal and assist contributions in the last 3 games for Lionel Messi. He is truly playing fantastic. The starting 11 for Toronto FC, a 4-3-3. 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 3 attacking players. Starting from the left and moving our way to the right, the defenders. Raul Petretta is the left back. Richie Laurier is the left center back. Sigurd Rosted is the right center back. And Kosi Thompson, the right back. The midfield, Jonathan Osorio. He is also their captain, folks. That is Jonathan Osorio, the leader of the team. Jose Cifuentes, the central defending midfielder. And Alonso Coella, the right midfielder. Moving up to the attackers up top at left wing, you have Theo Corbiano, Derek Etienne, and Georgi Mihailovic. So Mihailovic and Corbiano, the leading goal scorers on the team for Toronto FC, and then Derek Etienne, the young striker, getting the nod up top. Etienne, the 20-year-old Haitian out of Haiti. So Etienne getting a big spot tonight for Toronto FC. But I mentioned before we went to timeout that the Inter Miami Herons are in a supporter shield race. If we check out the standings in the supporter shield right now, the Herons are 5th. They have 55 points in 29 games played. The teams ahead of them, Vancouver in 4th with 56 and 30 games played. San Diego in 3rd with 57 points and 31 games played. FC Cincinnati, 58 points with 31 played. And then Philadelphia at the top of the standings on the supporter shield, 60 points with 31 played. Inter Miami has 2 games in hand on San Diego, Cincinnati, and the Union. The only 2 teams within the top 10 of the supporter shield race that they don't have 2 games on are the Vancouver Whitecaps and Orlando City. Vancouver, who's sitting in 4th, has played 30. And then Orlando City, believe it or not, Orlando City beat our Herons twice in both matchups in the Florida Derby this year. They have 51 points. They've played 30 games. I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, but I think they're too far behind, especially with the form that they've been in. Very inconsistent form with a loss, draw, and a win for Orlando City. Our Herons are winners of 3 in a row, to put things in perspective. So Inter Miami has played less games and has more points than Orlando City. But, I'm just a public school kid, folks, but 3-3 is 6. And if you add all those games in hand for Inter Miami, that gives them enough points to surpass the Philadelphia Union. So 2 games, if you get 3 points from each, that's 6, and you would end up with 61 points, which theoretically would be 1 point higher than Philadelphia. Now, Inter Miami has to win the fixtures. I think that's the most important thing that we need to focus on. We could sit here and talk about theoreticals, but Inter Miami has to go out and win. But that's something that they've been doing recently. They beat the Seattle Sounders in the revenge game from the League's Cup in South Florida 3-1. They beat DC United last Saturday, where the OG onsite producer Oscar Gonzalez and Ken Levica were here. Inter Miami defeated DC United 3-2. And then on Wednesday, Inter Miami blew the doors off of NYCFC. And going into that game, NYCFC was ahead of Inter Miami on the Eastern Conference standings and on the Supporter Shield standings. Inter Miami has 5 opponents to play. Two opponents are fighting for the playoffs. How about that? Chicago is the last Eastern Conference team within the MLS playoffs as of right now. Inter Miami will face them this coming Tuesday in Fort Lauderdale. And then the last game of the season, Inter Miami will travel to Nashville. Nashville right now on the Eastern Conference is number 7. They're the 7th team in the East, but they've lost 3 games in a row. And before that 3-game losing skid, they were a top 4, top 3 team. So those are the 2 playoff teams left that Inter Miami is going to play. But the other 3, Toronto tonight, Toronto's got 27 points. They got 5 wins, 12 draws, and 13 losses in 30 games played. I know they've been able to get draws in 6 consecutive matches, but this is a team that Inter Miami should be able to handle. Moving on to October 4th. Next Saturday is the New England Revolution. The Revolution are out of the playoff conversation with 31 games played and 32 points. And then Atlanta United. Atlanta United, a team who spent more than any other MLS team within the offseason. Believe it or not, they are 13th. They're close to the cellar in the Eastern Conference with 27 points and 30 games played. So there's a great chance that Inter Miami is going to get a lot of good results within the next couple of games. And the good news is Chicago, the lone playoff team Inter Miami will face during their 3-game homestand from September 30th to October 11th, that it's a home game. So, and Inter Miami, as we know, we like some home cooking down here in South Florida. Bring on that humidity, baby. Get it. It's like you're walking out in a blanket, and these players got to prepare for it. So, and obviously our Herons, very, very good home team this year, one of the better home records within the MLS. So, a couple of things to look out for as Inter Miami battles closer to what we hope could be a 2nd consecutive Supporter Shield title. But this is your Inter Miami Radio Network. We are powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. Let's do starting 11s once again. Inter Miami is in a 4-4-1-1 or a 4-4-2. It's whoever you talk to at this point, folks. But the formation is like this: Jordi Alba, Noah Allen, Maxi Falcone, and Ian Frey from left to right. In the midfield, Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo De Paul, and Tadio Allende. And it, like I said, depends on who you talk to. I'm calling it a 4-4-2 because I've watched this team more than anybody in the country. Your dual strike partnership up top is Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. And Messi will get behind Suarez and give him some nice service throughout the game. And as far as Toronto, 4-3-3, you got Raul Petretta, Richie Laurier, Sigurd Rosted, Kosi Thompson. In the midfield, Jonathan Osorio, the captain, Jose Cifuentes, and Alonso Coelho. The 3 attackers up top, Theo Corbiano, Derek Etienne, and Georgi Mihailovic. So that is the 11 for Toronto FC coming up tonight. Let's talk about the reserves, the players that are hanging out on the bench waiting to get their name called into the game. For our Inter Miami Herons, Rocco Rios Novo will be the backup goalkeeper. Gonzalo Luan, who finds himself in the starting lineup in the starting 11 more often than not. But Noah Allen getting the nod today at that left center back position. Gonzalo Lujan, one of the more important defenders on the bench. Marcelo Weigant, the backup right back to Ian Frey tonight. He is on the bench. Ryan Saylor, Toto Aviles, Santiago Morales, Talasco Segovia, Yannick Bright, and Fafa Pico. Talasco Segovia, another player for Inter Miami that usually finds himself within the starting 11. He will come off the bench tonight. Talasco Segovia was suspended last game because of card accumulation. He picked up too many yellow cards throughout the course of the MLS season, so he was suspended. In Inter Miami's most recent fixture this past Wednesday, he is back and available tonight off of the bench. Yannick Bright, Fafa Pico. We mentioned that Matteo Silvetti is on international duty playing for the Argentinian U20s in the World Cup. And then your 2 injured men who have been on the injury report for a couple of weeks now, Alan Abando and Davi Ruiz. Davi Ruiz got hurt playing for Honduras on his international duty 2.5 weeks ago. And then poor Alan Abando, man, the young striker, the 19-year-old has been injured for the likes of 3 months, but we all know the talent Abando has and how good of a player he is when he is healthy and available for Coach Mascherano. The reserves for Toronto FC, Luke Garvin is going to be the backup goalkeeper, Kobe Franklin, Lazar Stefanovic, Jules Anthony Vicente, Malik Henry, Marcus Simonanek, Maxime Dominguez and DeAndre Kerr. Those are the reserves for Toronto. And then they have a pretty lengthy injury report. Henry Wingo, Kevin Long, Nicosin Gomez, and Zane Monlewis. So 4 players injured for Toronto. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players available off of the bench. Inter Miami will have just one more with 9. Let's take a time out here on your Inter Miami Radio Network. We are powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. That is AudiUSA.com to learn more. Test drive that brand new Q6 e-tron today at your local South Florida Audi dealer. When we return, we'll talk a little bit more about the matchup tonight, what exactly is at stake for our Herons. Once again, every point counts for Inter Miami from this point out. They have 2 games in hand on 8 out of the top 10 and 4 out of every single team not named Inter Miami in the top 5. So the other 4 teams in the top 5, Inter Miami has games in hand on, 2 games to be exact. So we'll talk more about that and what to expect from Toronto FC on your Inter Miami Radio Network.
Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach.
PNC Bank salutes you, soccer on the radio listener. While others will just read about the match, you're laser focused on every detail. At PNC Bank, we get it. We're all in on helping you make smart money moves and score your financial goals. See how at pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, proud banking sponsor of Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts and Brilliantly Boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's Tina. You know how important it is to keep your car running. And when it comes to my car, I only trust St. Lucie Battery and Tire. They've been taking care of South Florida for over 50 years, and they're still family owned. Need new tires? They've got all the big brands. Battery issues? They've got it. Cars, trucks, boats, RVs, and even commercial fleets. And if you ever get stuck, their 24/7 roadside emergency service is a total lifesaver. Go see my friends at St. Lucie Battery and Tire, slbt.com. They'll keep you going.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Trans World Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121, or visit tworld.com today.
The pink smoke is in the air. Inter Miami Soccer is on ESPN 106.3. Let's get back to the Inter Miami pregame show. Here's Mike Rizzo.
Welcome on back to your Inter Miami pregame show. We are powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. That is AudiUSA.com to learn more. Lionel Messi in the lineup tonight. Inter Miami going with a 4-4-2, while on the other side, Toronto is going with a 4-3-3. We talked before the last time out about Inter Miami and the supporter shield and what exactly is on the line from from now until the end of the season. The last game of the season is coming up against Nashville. That is an October 18th start. Or rather, date. It's going to be a night game. It's going to be one of the last games to wrap up the MLS regular season. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with the MLS format, the MLS playoff format for 2025 is going to begin with a wild card round where the number 8 team and the number 9 teams from each conference play a single elimination game. So you have Eastern Conference and Western Conference. You have 9 teams. From the East and the West, the 8 and 9 teams will face each other in a single elimination match, and the winner advances to face the number 1 seed. So if Inter Miami finishes as the number one team in the Eastern Conference, they will face the winner of the 8 and the 9. And listen, not to bring up ghosts of the past and bring out skeletons out of the closet, but Atlanta United was that team last year that won that 8 versus 9 matchup and beat our Herons in the first round. But I think right now, the most important thing for Inter Miami, number one, is to get healthy. They are healthy. They've managed to get the likes of Fafa Pico and company back who have been injured. But I think the number one thing Inter Miami needs to do is to get healthy and then see where you are on the Supporter Shield. 3 out of the next 5 opponents are non-playoff teams, including tonight against Toronto. Toronto eliminated from contention with 27 points, 5 wins, 12 draws, and 13 losses. But they have drawn one of them. They have drawn 6 games straight on that MLS schedule. So Inter Miami's got to be careful. And listen, I think a Lionel Messi-led team, they're not taking any opponent lightly. And that's one thing that I respect about Inter Miami. But to continue on the playoff format, so once again, 9 teams from each conference make it. The wild card round begins, and the 8 and the 9 teams play each other, and the winner plays the number 1 overall seed. And that is a best of 3 series. After the best of 3 series, the remaining 3 rounds, the conference semifinals and conference finals and MLS Cup, are single elimination. So after that first round, after the wild card round, which is a best of 3, aka a home and away, and another one if needed. But conference semifinals, conference finals, and MLS Cup are single elimination. In the final rounds, extra time is played if needed before a penalty shootout, and the teams with the better regular season record hosts all of the matches. So Inter Miami, they play their cards right. They could get home field all the way through the MLS Cup and possibly a bye within that first round. So that's a little look at the playoffs and how things are set up within the MLS. Once again, Inter Miami, too, secured their playoff spot last game with their win this past Wednesday. So Inter Miami already dancing in the playoffs. Now they're playing for top tier quality on that Eastern Conference, top tier seeds in the Eastern Conference, and the Supporter Shield. So Inter Miami has their work cut out for them in the final 5 games. 2 teams are playoff teams in Chicago and Nashville. The rest in Toronto, Toronto, New England, and others are not playoff teams. So 3 non-playoff teams, 2 playoff teams in the final 5 games. This is your Inter Miami pregame show. We are powered by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. Starting lineups, let's get you them again. We are about 5 minutes away from getting the ball rolling on the pitch in Toronto. You're 11 for the Herons in a 4-4-2. Jordi Alba, Noah Allen, Maxi Falcone, and Ian Frey. In the midfield, Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo de Paul, Tadeo Allende, and the 2 strikers up top in a dual strike partnership, Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. Now, on the flip side for Toronto, they're in a 4-3-3, 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, 3 attackers. From left to right, their defenders, Raul Petretta, Richie Laurier, Sigurd Rosted, Kosi Thompson. The midfield, Jonathan Osorio, he is captaining tonight. Jose Cifuentes is your central defending midfielder for Toronto. And then Alonso Coelho will be the right midi. The 3 attackers up top, you got Theo Corbiano, Derek Etienne, and Georgi Mihailovic. So those are the attack force. How about that? Let's call it that. That's the attack force coming up for Toronto FC tonight. The referee is going to be Pierre-Luc Laugier, and Robin Fraser is the gaffer for Toronto. Toronto has gotten 6 draws in a row on their MLS schedule. They have a 6-game unbeaten streak, for Toronto. They do not have any wins within those 6 games, but they have 6 games drawn on that MLS schedule in their last 6. And our Inter Miami Herons, winners of 3 in a row. As we know, Inter Miami did some serious home cooking their last 3 games against Seattle, DC United, and then, NYCFC was on the road. It seemed like it was a home game when they won 4-0 in New York. That last game, too, against New York, that marked their first win ever in the state of New York. You heard that right. New York Red Bulls, NYCFC. That was Inter Miami's first win ever within that state. But the teams are walking out. We are about to get set for the national anthem here in Toronto. We are, as I said, live in Toronto. We're at BMO Field, and we're really getting. I'm raring to go here, man. You got Lionel Messi in the lineup tonight. You got a ton of quality within the Inter Miami lineup. A lot of people were asking, is Inter Miami, are they going to go for the Supporter Shield? Are they going to go for that first overall seed in the Eastern Conference? If you remember last year, like I said, let's keep the past in the past. But if you remember last year, Inter Miami had the number 1 overall seed and won the Supporter Shield and managed to lose first round. So a lot of people were kind of thinking, is the Supporter Shield and the number 1 overall seed something Inter Miami wants? Listen, from the lineup of Suarez, Messi, Busquets, DePaul, and Rodriguez, and Alba, I mean, Inter Miami's going for it, and fair play to them. I'm happy they are. You don't want to play scared. You don't want to win the games that are in front of you. Take care of the now. Focus on the now. And that is what Inter Miami is doing. I love that Lionel Messi is playing tonight. And I truly think the Herons are going to have a lot of fun in Toronto tonight, as Toronto, a team who is already eliminated from playoff contention with 27 points. Let's take our final timeout of the pregame show. When we return, we will be live pitch side in Toronto, BMO Field. Our Inter Miami Herons getting ready to take on Toronto FC on your Inter Miami radio network.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Football season is here, and the ultimate game day headquarters is Twin Peaks. Whether it's college Saturdays or NFL Sundays, catch every kickoff, every touchdown, every Hail Mary right here at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. From scratch-made favorites to ice-cold 29-degree draft beers, Twin Peaks is delivering all the winning plays. Looking for a stronger lineup? No one does game day like Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, come for the game, stay for the experience.
Safebound Moving and Storage is growing. We're looking for new movers and drivers who lead by example, show up ready, and take pride in their work. If you're dependable, willing to learn, and thrive in a fast-paced environment, you'll fit right in. This isn't just a job, it's a career. Do you have what it takes? If so, visit safeboundmoving.com to apply today. Safeboundmoving.com.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUCHawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
We interrupt our regularly scheduled program for this special presentation of Inter Miami Soccer on ESPN 106.3. Now let's get to the pitch.
Oh, it's a cannon shot! Go ahead and give him the goal of the week!
Here's Ken LaVicka.
We are live at BMO Field in Toronto. Our Inter Miami Herons doing battle against Toronto FC coming up tonight. Toronto is riding a 6-game draw streak. You heard that right. Talk about middling form. Toronto riding a 6-game draw streak heading into this one, while our Inter Miami Herons winners of 3 games in a row. Seattle, DC United, and the most recent fixture this past Wednesday at New York, winning 4-0. Lionel Messi in 3 games has 8 goal and assist contributions. You heard that right. 8 goal and assist contributions for Lionel Messi in his last 3 games. He's had a streak of 2 games in a row where he scored a brace and an assist. So a brace, folks, 2 goals. The last 2 games in a row, 2 goals and an assist. So Lionel Messi absolutely on fuego as we gear up to get things rolling here in Toronto. And usually, folks, how these MLS games are, it's about 10 to 11 minutes that the game and the ball gets rolling. So we are moments away from getting things going here in Toronto. The previous meeting between Inter Miami and Toronto FC was a 1-1 draw back in April 6th. So April 6th, a 1-1 draw in South Florida certainly wasn't the result that our Inter Miami Herons were looking for with that home cooking and home field. Inter Miami has been so good at home all year long, but they picked up a draw. And that seems like what Toronto does, folks. Toronto draws. They have 12 draws on the year and have a 6-game draw streak, as we mentioned. All-time series between Inter Miami and Toronto, there have been 12 matches, 9 Inter Miami wins, 2 Toronto wins, and 1 draw. You're almost ready to roll to get the ball rolling. Let's get you those starting 11s again. Your Inter Miami Herons run with a 4-4-2. Jordi Alba, Noah Allen, Maxi Falcone, and Ian Frey. Those are the players up top, or rather in the back. In the midfield, Baltasar Rodriguez, Sergio Busquets, Rodrigo De Paul, and Tadio Allende. And then the 2 strikers up top, Luis Suarez and Lionel Messi. For Toronto, you got Kosi Thompson, Sigurd Rosted, Richie Laurier, Raul Petra, Alonso Coelho, Jose Cifuentes, Jonathan Osorio, Georgi Mihailovic, Derek Etienne, and Theo Corbiano. We are waiting for referee Pierre Leclasse. We're waiting for his whistle to get things rolling here in Toronto. Inter Miami in their all pinks and Toronto in their all reds, and the ball is rolling. We are live in Toronto as Inter Miami gets awarded a throw-in. Jordi Alba will take the throw-in near side touchline on the Inter Miami side of the field. Find Sergio Busquets. And for those of you who just joined us, Sergio Busquets, longtime 5, announced his retirement as Toronto had a threatening ball into the box. That was Derek Etienne chasing it down, but Oscar Ustari grabs it. Ustari gets gets play going again as Noah Allen finds Alba near side touchline. Inter Miami still trying to work their way out of their own half. A 4-4-2 for Inter Miami and a 4-3-3 for Toronto FC. As I mentioned, all pink kits for our Herons and all red kits for Toronto. We have officially played 1 minute here as Toronto and left back Raul Petretta ball, and they are working out of their own half. Luis Suarez pressing the ball in the Toronto box as the goalkeeper Johnson finally gets it out to the right side, and that's where Alonso Coelho loses the ball. Jordi Alba now playing 3-man-3 ball with Noah Allen and Rodrigo De Paul. 1:27 and counting. First half, Inter Miami 0-0 with Toronto. This is Baltasar Rodriguez as Inter Miami now on the Toronto side of the pitch past midfield. Lionel Messi gets his first touch. It's a pass to De Paul. You hear the crowds roaring for Messi. Messi with a nice through ball into Alba. Alba in on the box, near side, left side. He makes a cross in, and it is deflected out. Good defending there by Richie Laurier. Rolling on the right side is Alonso Coelho with a nice nifty mood. Past Busquets, and he's still going, but now the ball is deflected out of bounds. Good job by Noah Allen stepping up. But what a run that was from Alonso Coelho, who left Sergio Busquets in his wake, but a throw-in awarded to our Herons as Jordi Alba has it. It looked like it touched our Herons last, but must have got a piece of a Toronto player as Alba now big switch to the far side touchline to opposite fullback Ian Frey. Ian Frey dribbling and gets fouled. First foul of the game. That is referee Pierre Leclasse making his first call of the game. De Paul resumes play. He gets a big switch over to Noah Allen. Noah Allen pass near side touchline to Jordi Alba. Alba keeps it on that left side to Tadio Allende. Now Inter Miami recycles back to their defense. And let's do this thing again. Oscar Ustari in keep as he always is. He has been Mr. Reliable for Coach Mascherano this year. Now, he's had a couple of howlers, but he's played very well in a lot of tournaments, specifically that FIFA Club World Cup, where Inter Miami became the first MLS team to defeat a UEFA side team. Near side touchline is Alonso Coelho. Toronto doing majority of their work on this right side to begin the game. Kosi Thompson flips it on over to Seagar. Now back to the left side. This is Jonathan Osorio, the captain. Osorio makes a long pass through, and the second foul of the game. Referee Pierre Leclassier not reaching for a card as he has a conversation with Rodrigo DePaul. 3:50 played in the first half, 0-0. Toronto and our Inter Miami Herons. We are live from BMO Field. Oscar Gonzalez, our OG on-site producer, with me here in Toronto. As Georgi Mihailovic plays the ball back now. Toronto playing 3-man 3-ball, far side touchline at the midfield line. Far side touchline again. They retreat back. This is Jonathan Osorio. Lionel Messi and Luis Suarez pressing. Toronto really enjoying the ball, not doing much with it, but they're enjoying the ball early here. This is Kosi Thompson on the right side. He gets a pass into Theo Corbeanu. Both teams feeling each other out at this point. Toronto has enjoyed majority of possession. They are probing, trying to find ways to breach the Inter Miami defense. Well, on the flip side of things, Inter Miami, they're trying to get the ball and go. Something our Herons really haven't done a lot this year. They really like to enjoy the ball. Richie Larrier passes it far side touchline. There you get Larrier back to Mihailovic. Mihailovic hits Sergio Busquets, and Inter Miami wins the ball. Here is Luis Suarez. The Rodrigo DePaul far side touchline to Tadeo Allende. Allende recycles back to Messi. Messi, right side of the pitch in Toronto territory. Big switch to Noah Allen. Allen recycling now back to Falcone. 5:27 played. 0-0, Toronto and Miami. Noah Allen gives it back to Ustari. And we officially have Messi chance here at BMO Field. If you're just joining us, Lionel Messi, 8 goal and assist contributions in his last 3 games, as Inter Miami almost had a tragic loss of possession, which could have led to a Derek Etienne chance on goal, but they thwarted it. Now, quickly, Ian Frey gets into Toronto territory, and Messi with a great ball to Allende, but that's a good job there by Kosi Thompson to get rid of the trouble. Miami earns a throw. Far side touchline near that Toronto box. I mark it right near a corner kick as Kosi Thompson had to quickly get it out of play. This is Ian Frey inching close towards the box. Pass it to Suarez, back to Frey. And now it ends up with Lionel Messi, who gets it far side touchline to Allende. Inter Miami with possession now. DePaul right outside of the box to Messi, but ball lost. And a good job by Mihailovic, who is streaking still with the ball. But that was Baltasar Rodriguez, who thwarted him right at midfield. So sloppy football to begin for both teams. Toronto's done a decent enough job putting passes together, but it's leading to upper dead end. Busquets, far side touchline, crosses midfield. Frey with a nifty ball to Messi, and Messi's on the run. Messi, right outside of the box, passes Suarez, back to Messi, penalty arc to Alba, left side box, and it's blocked. It's good defense there by Kosi Thompson, by Richie Larrier, and now Coelho's on the run for Toronto. Here is Theo Corbeanu. Corbeanu in Inter Miami's box, right side. Corbeanu makes a move, and he's to ground, and it's rolled out of bounds. So no foul, thank goodness, which would have led to a PK, but a great job by Noah Allen to thwart the ball out of bounds, and we have the first corner kick of the night for Toronto. But what a play by Lionel Messi right outside of the penalty arc of Toronto. He found Jordi Alba, and Alba that next pass Alba made in the box got thwarted, and then that's when Toronto was able to counter, which led to the first corner kick of the night. It is on the Toronto side. Taking the corner is going to be Georgi Mihailovic. Mihailovic has gotten some caps this year for the United States men's national team. And Coach Pochettino, as they're getting ready to gear up for what we hope is the long World Cup run when it comes to North America this summer. Mihailovic signals he's ready. Right foot boot into the box. Maxi Falcone is tracking. He gets picked. And nobody home back post for Toronto, but Georgi Mihailovic able to secure the ball. So Toronto enjoying possession outside of the box. This is Jose Cifuentes. Makes it across into the box with a good deflection there by Luis Suarez. Inter Miami now trying to thwart off the Toronto presses. They try to get out of their box. Maxi Falcone, far side touchline. Now to Rodrigo De Paul. Inter Miami with Rodrigo De Paul, that far side touchline. He's inching closer to the midfield circle of Inter Miami's half. De Paul, far side touchline backwards now to Ian Frey. 9:07 played in the first half. Toronto 0, our Inter Miami Herons 0. Noah Allen enjoying the ball. He goes back to Starry, and Inter Miami will reset. So on the year, the leading goal scorer for Toronto is Theo Corbiano. He's got 7 on the year, far off Lionel Messi's 22, which is Golden Boot leader in the MLS. Now, referee Pierre-Luc Lassier blows his whistle as Georgi Mihailovic, United States men's national team player I was talking about, he is down, and so is Maxi Falcone. Must have had a crash on the far side as Luc Lassier is checking in on Georgi Mihailovic. Starry also talking to Mihailovic as we're getting a replay here as Falcone made the pass in the middle and Mihailovic made a attempt for the ball, and it looked like he injured himself in the process. No foul or anything. But Mihailovic, the American, came up limping. 10:17 played in the first half. We're waiting on Pierre-Luc Lassier to get play going again. Inter Miami winners of 3 in a row, in good form, 2 games ahead of every top 5 team on the Supporters Shield. So the Supporters Shield meaning 2 games ahead, 2 games in hand. They played 29 games. The likes of the other top 5 have played 31. So the Supporters Shield still an option for our Herons. Inter Miami probing the Toronto defense, but ball is won by Kosi Thompson, far side touchline, but then Messi ends up with it. Trading back possession is Toronto and our Herons. Rodrigo De Paul wins it within the box. He finds Messi. Messi in the box to Rodriguez. Rodriguez has got a shot and saved. Sean Johnson saving a Baltasar Rodriguez finesse. First shot on target goes to the Herons as we have a crash on that far side touchline near the Toronto box, and I believe they're going to call a foul. But that Inter Miami press paying off as Rodrigo De Paul was able to find Messi, and Messi found Rodriguez top of the box, and Baltasar let off a finesse, and Sean Johnson had to come up with a big save. So Inter Miami awarded a free kick, far side touchline right outside of Toronto's box. 11:48 and counting. First half, Toronto and Inter Miami 0-0 to score here at BMO Field. Messi lining up over the free kick. Referee Pierre-Luc Lassier draws his line as Theo Corbiano is going to be the nearest man to Messi. The line's getting set. You got Tadio Allende, Sergio Busquets, all the tall guys trying to get that head on the ball, get it in the back of the net as Messi approaches, kicks. It's a low line driver, and it's won by Toronto. Got to be careful here on the counter as Toronto actually spits it away. It was a bad ball by Jonathan Osorio, the captain. Rodrigo De Paul wins it. He does a big switch to the near side touchline right past midfield. Jordi Alba, the long through ball. He was looking for Tadio Allende as Allende now pressing, and he ends up fouling Richie Laurier. Richie Laurier, left center back tonight for Toronto. Got a shot of Robin Fraser, head coach of Toronto FC, has led Toronto this year to a 5-win, 12 draws, and 11-loss season. 27 points in 30 games played. Toronto eliminated from playoff contention, but they have a 6-game draw streak. You heard that right. 6-game draw streak. Sean Johnson, goalkeeper for Toronto, boots it as our Inter Miami Herons win the ball back in their own third. But a couple of headers again, and Inter Miami is now back in their defense with the ball. Noah Allen, big switch in the middle of the field. What a ball by Allen. He finds Allende. Allende and Messi with space, far side touchline in Inter Miami territory. Messi finds Allende. Allende in the box, bad pass by Taddeo as he was looking for Lionel Messi, and winning the ball was Raul Petretta. Toronto loses possession. Noah Allen finds it midfield circle. As Inter Miami now will recycle back to that midfield to Busquets. Busquets back to Allen. Sergio Busquets just announcing that this will be his final year this year. The legendary number 5 midfielder is hanging up the boots at the end of the year. Suarez looking for Alba, far side touchline. Bounces all the way back to the Inter Miami defense as Jose Cifuentes was tracking back to Oscar Ustari, and Ustari boots it away. Here is Ian Frey, far side touchline. Back to Rodrigo de Paul, midfield, Inter Miami side. Back to Noah Allen, far side touchline now to Jordi Alba. Alba gets back to that near side touchline with Rodriguez, and he gets back into position. Busquets, now to DePaul. DePaul inching to midfield, probing, looking to go deep, decides to keep it. It's a good run here by DePaul. DePaul finds Rodriguez. Rodriguez one-on-one with the keep, and what a block by Toronto as the ball now in the arc. Back to Messi. Messi shoots, blocked. Sean Johnson. Oh, my goodness. How haven't Inter Miami scored? Messi looking for a foul, and I believe the referee has his flag up for an offside. But, wow, what a chance for our Herons. Rodriguez was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Great defense. That was Raul Petretta, who came all the way back to block that. Suarez ended up finding Messi, but I believe someone got called offsides. My OG on-site producer, Oscar Gonzalez, is surprised as I am, but Baltasar had a real chance here, and that was some great defense. And I apologize, folks. That was Kosi Thompson on the defense, the right back, man. He came screaming back on that. It's Messi. Cannot believe it. The Herons should be up 1-0. That was the first big chance of the game for Inter Miami. It's a beautiful pass by Rodrigo de Paul to find Baltasar Rodriguez, too, as now Toronto is on the run. Mihailovic in Inter Miami territory, and I believe is fouled. Yes, that was a late whistle by Pierre-Luc Lossier, and Noah Allen is making his case to the referee. Same with Rodrigo de Paul. Oh, God, it's so funny seeing this, talking to the referee sometimes. I love the finger wave. Folks, my favorite thing in soccer is when a player commits a foul and they give him the finger wave. Arguably one of my favorite reactions in sports. I do it myself to coworkers. Doesn't turn out too well. This is Georgi Mihailovic, who is going to be taking the free kick for Toronto. Mihailovic has been everywhere. I think so far, by the way, 17 minutes in, 0-0, Toronto and Miami. Mihailovic has been the best player on the pitch, I'd say, on the Toronto side. But Kosi Thompson right there, after he had a game-saving, goal-saving tackle. Mihailovic plays the ball in, and Busquets is fouled. I thought so, man. That was Sigurd Rosted, who tried to get a header on it. He bulldozered our Sergio Busquets in the process, and he did manage to put a shot on target, and right there to follow it up was Derek Etienne. But it's going to be a goal kick for Ustari after the foul. Near side touchline, Jordi Alba. Alba to the midfield to Rodriguez, who loses possession. Bad place to lose it. Here is Osorio. Osorio passes to Mihailovic. Mihailovic finding Laurier in the box with an opportunity is Etienne. Etienne trying to find some space Ball thwarted by the defense, not cleared good enough, and it was at a foul in the box. It wasn't. Referee says play on. Jose Cifuentes' arm is raised. Cannot believe he wasn't awarded a penalty kick, but a good tackle by the Inter Miami defense. Now Lionel Messi on the counter. Messi, far side, right side box of Toronto. DePaul tried crossing one in, and it's going to be the first corner kick of the night for Inter Miami, brought to you by Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath. Visit foryourrights.com. Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath have been serving injured people and their families for over 35 years. So Cifuentes could not believe that it wasn't a penalty kick. Sergio Busquets attempted to make a tackle, but it seemed like Cifuentes ran into Busquets. It was one of those things where that's never a penalty. It's never a penalty in the box. It was indirect contact. Cifuentes ran into Busquets. He ran into him. He didn't make a challenge. And I believe they checked it on VAR, and Inter Miami all good. So there will not be a penalty kick awarded to Toronto. 19-14 and counting have been played in this first half. Toronto and Inter Miami doing battle in Toronto at BMO Field. Once again, first corner kick for Inter. It's Lionel Messi. It's a right side corner kick. So with his left boot, he approaches and kicks as he went for an Olympico. I'll tell you what, that was close. And now the Olympico count that the voice of the Inter Miami Herons, Ken Levicka, has been keeping was up to 8. Now it's up to 9. Lionel Messi has attempted 9 Olympicos this year. He's not made one. He's come close. But Jose Cifuentes and Sergio Busquets now having a laugh about what happened in the box. But Cifuentes was hot that a penalty wasn't awarded to Toronto. This is far side touchline. Toronto doing their damage. That's Raul Petretta. Petretta now gets closer to the midfield. This is Laurier. Laurier, nice pass. Finds Jose Cifuentes. Cifuentes, near side touchline, near Miami territory. Thwarted by Jordi Alba. And we have a whistle. Pierre Lossier, referee, calling a foul on Luis Suarez as Toronto resumes play quickly. Toronto now right smack dab in the middle of Inter Miami territory between the penalty circle and the midfield circle. Now it comes near side touchline. This is Theo Corbianu, leading goal scorer for Toronto. Corbianu plays it back to Laurier. Recycle back to their defense. It's now Laurier ends up back with it. Now back to Sigurd Rusted. 21 minutes have been played, 0-0, Toronto and Miami. Miami trying to win their 4th game in a row as the ball went out of bounds. Be an Inter Miami throw, far side touchline in their own territory. This is Ian Frey. A lot of Toronto supporters. Fair play to him. As now Rodrigo DePaul retreats back to Ustari. Ustari now will play 2-man 2-ball with Noah Allen. Ball back with Ustari. Jordi Alba streaking. Ustari finds him. Alba near side touchline, dribbling backwards now to Busquets. Busquets to DePaul. DePaul, big switch to Messi. Messi, across midfield, far side touchline. Beautiful ball of the Tadio Allende. Allende, far side touchline near Toronto's box. Back to Ian Frey, now to DePaul. DePaul gets a pass, and that's headed away by Rosted. And now Toronto enjoying possession. Derek Etienne. Intercepted by Allende. Frey now has it. He goes backwards, which ends up with Tadio Allende, far side touchline. 2-man 2-ball. Frey and Allende. Frey getting double teamed, nowhere to go. And it's still in bounds. Now won by Toronto. Far side touchline. Toronto with possession. This is Kosi Thompson. Now Etienne. Etienne loses it. DePaul recycles back to Ustari. Good ball won by Rodrigo DePaul. DePaul having a good game. Rodrigo should have an assist, but ultimately the shot attempt, the only shot on target of the game, was thwarted. Baltasar Rodriguez got thwarted by Kosi Thompson, who came back and was able to make the block for the shot. Right smack dab in midfield. Now Mihailovic has it, a big play in. This is Raul Petretta. Petretta passes the middle, and that's Cifuentes. Shot blocked. Jordi Alba on the block as Ian Frey lost it in the box, but it'll be a goal kick for Oscar Ustari. There was a chance there as Mihailovic, he found Petretta. Petretta had a nice pass into Jose Cifuentes, but Cifuentes, bad touch, shot blocked by Jordi Alba. Went off a Toronto upman, and now Ustari will play a goal kick. 23-46 and counting first half. 0-0 between Toronto and our Herons. Suarez gets it to Messi. Messi nearing the penalty box. Messi finds Rodriguez, and he was a toe poke away. Messi with a beautiful pass to Rodriguez, but Baltasar unable to get that right foot he had. It would have been a one-timer on target, but Rodriguez was a tad late. And what a ball by Messi. I'll tell you what, Lionel Messi is in form, folks. Every pass seems to lead into an opportunity into Toronto's box. Suarez going to ground, got a whole lot of grass. But far side touchline now, Kosi Thompson and Alonso Coelho playing a little 2-man-2 ball, still on that far side. Now it gets switched to Kosi Thompson. Thompson retreating to defense. The Inter Miami presses on. Allende pressing Thompson. Thompson with a big step over. And now he boots it across midfield, headed by Ian Frey. Frey looking for Rodrigo to pull, but possession won by Toronto. Now they are countering. Corbiano, near side touchline. Crosses it into Inter Miami's box. A header by Mihailovic, and it goes over the crossbar. No need for Oscar Ustari to attempt the save. Mihailovic gives the thumbs up to Corbiano. That is a shot not on target for Toronto. It's a good job by Corbiano finding Mihailovic. Sent it over the crossbar. Georgi Mihailovic, man, having a good game. Far side touchline is Ian Frey. Frey leaves Mihailovic in his dust. Now he's enjoying the ball, getting close to midfield. Now stops and gives it to Busquets, right outside the midfield circle. Big switch across midfield to Alba. Alba, right back to Busquets, where he originally passed it. Long ball from Busquets. Is somebody in? And Sean Johnson stepped up and made the save. Man, Sergio still has those long balls, folks. He was looking for a mixture of what I'm calling Tadeo Allende and Luis Suarez streak into the box. But Sean Johnson did a good job stepping up and making the save. Toronto goalkeeper. Far side touchline. This is Osorio. Now he plays it back to Kosi Thompson. Thompson to Coelho. Coelho, good midfield pass. This is Cifuentes. Cifuentes enjoying the ball. He's got space. He makes a pass into Etienne. Frey goes to ground, wins the ball, and now he passes it back to Allen. Good job there by Ian Frey. He went to ground. It was questioning at first. He was able to get his feet on it, get up quickly. Falcone to Busquets. Still in Inter Miami territory, inching close to midfield. Now here is DePaul over midfield. DePaul far side. Big switch to Luis Suarez. Is he able to get there? The answer is no. And Richie Laurier passes it back to Sean Johnson, and the goalkeeper clears it. Falcone wins the ball from Etienne. Etienne looking for a whistle, but Pierre Leclossier says play on. Near side touchline, Rodriguez. Back to Alba. Alba. Right in the center of Toronto territory, as that's a win for Cifuentes. Mihailovic plays on Corbiano. Is Corbiano going to get to it? He does. Noah Allen tracking back. Near side box of Inter Miami. Corbiano now in the box. He's probing and ends up passing it right back outside of Inter Miami's box. This is Laurier. Laurier in the box. He's making a run. Good tackle by Noah Allen. Toronto resets. It's now Corbiano has it. Near side touchline of Inter Miami's box. A streaking that was Alonso Coelho in the box. No, it was Petretta. These fullbacks are playing high for Toronto. Inter Miami's going to have a chance to counter. And here they are. This is Lionel Messi. Plays the ball in the middle. Rodrigo de Paul in Toronto territory. Messi, near side touchline and near side box to Frey. Frey looks like he wants to reset. Doesn't really have a ball on. Now to the far side box to DePaul. Messi, center arc. Messi shoots and it's blocked. What a save, Sean Johnson. How did he get a hand to that? It was a quick pass to Paul to Messi. And I'll tell you what, Messi hit that with his weak foot. That was Busquets to Messi. Messi hit it with his weak foot, his right foot. And Sean Johnson able to save that. I'll tell you what, 2 big saves for Sean Johnson. But Lionel Messi denied with the second shot on target. Oh, man, how isn't that in the back of the net? But it is going to be an Inter Miami corner brought to you by Lytle Rider, Smith, Ivy, and Frauenrath. Visit foryourrights.com. Lytle Rider, Smith, Ivy, and Frauenrath have been serving injured people and their families for 35 years. Left side corner, so DePaul and his right foot taking it. DePaul directing traffic. What a save by Sean Johnson. Even though it was his weak foot, Messi struck that well. It's a good pass in from Sergio Busquets. Lionel Messi denied. 29-26 in playing. Corner kick taken by DePaul. DePaul looking for someone back post. Fist of fury from Sean Johnson. Ball is cleared. Far side touchline, still in Toronto territory. Right outside of that left side box for Toronto is Petretta. Now Jonathan Osorio finds Coelho. Big switch to the right side to Rosted. Rosted finds Corbiano. Corbiano in the Inter Miami territory now. Near side touchline. Jordi Alba retreats and gets the ball from Corbiano. Near side box of Inter Miami. Now Inter Miami recycling to their defenders. Noah Allen, near side box of Inter Miami. He gets it to Falcone, far side box of Inter. And now far side touchline to Frey. Frey inching close to that midfield mark on that far side touchline, finds Messi. Messi gets bullied off the ball by Georgi Mihailovic, and referee Pierre Lossier blows his whistle. Inter Miami will have a free kick. Lossier directing traffic, saying get back to the ball. Inter Miami went a little too quick for its liking, and now play is resumed. Near side touchline is Jordi Alba. Alba plays it right to the midfield to Busquets. Busquets in the midfield circle to DePaul in the midfield circle. DePaul probing. He fights Suarez. Suarez with a heading pass to Messi. Messi in the box, shoots, blocked. Rebounded by Jordi Alba. Alba near side box. 2-man, 2-ball with Messi. Alba tried getting it back to Messi, but another corner for Inter Miami. Brought to you by Lytle Rider, Smith, Ivy, and Frauenrath, who've been serving injured people and their families for 35 years. Visit foryourrights.com. That is foryourrights.com. Our great friends at Lytle Rider, Smith, Ivy, and Frauenrath. It was a good pass by DePaul to find Suarez. Suarez made a one-timer, I'm going to call it a one-time head pass to Lionel Messi. Messi played it wide, near side box of Toronto to Alba. Alba attempted to make a cross back to Messi, thwarted out of bounds, and we have a corner. Now it's a left side corner. Messi will take this instead of Rodrigo DePaul. DePaul took the last left side corner for Inter Miami. In the box, looking to get a head on the end of the ball is Busquets and Allende, the two tallest players on the pitch for Inter. 32 minutes have played. Messi crosses it in, and that is a good job by Rosted of Toronto. Alba crosses it in, and it is caught by Sean Johnson. Sean Johnson having a hell of a first half, folks. 2 saves for Sean Johnson so far. And he denied Lionel Messi on a point-blank, weak foot right shot by Messi. Did not shoot it left-footed, folks. But I felt the right foot shot was good enough to score. It was a good save by Sean Johnson. 2 shots on target for the Herons so far. One by Baltasar Rodriguez and one by Lionel Messi. We've been talking. This is Richie Laurier. And a good pass into ETN, but Oscar Usari steps up and grabs it. Busquets near the midfield circle of Inter Miami. Looked like he wanted to go deep to Allende. gets it to DePaul. DePaul nearing midfield, right outside of the circle. He switches sides to Noah Allen. Allen goes back to midfield, now back to Allen. Busquets to Allen. Allen looking near side touchline to Alba. Alba is there with space, and he cannot catch up to the ball. You know what? I think Jordi Alba 10 years ago might have gotten there, but not this Jordi Alba. Not saying, listen, Alba's still a great player. Prime Barca Alba probably gets there. 33 minutes have gone by. Toronto and Miami 0-0 in the first half. Inter Miami's had two big chances, one by Baltasar Rodriguez, one by Lionel Messi. Two big saves for Sean Johnson, goalkeeper for Toronto in the first half. Inter Miami pressing a little bit. This is Rusted, near side touchline. Rusted, big downfield pass. He's looking for Corbiano. Noah Allen thwarts the ball away. It's going to be a near side touchline throw deep in Inter Miami territory, close to the near side box of Inter Miami. Near side touchline of the box. Corbiano is going to actually give the throw in. I believe this is going to be Laurier. Yes, it's going to be Richie Laurier. I'll tell you what, guys. Toronto has an uber attack formation. They got center backs and fullbacks on the side of Inter Miami. And this is Coelho with a shot on target, but a diving save. Oscar Ustari, first save of the game for Oscar. It was a nice ball roll by Coelho, got him free, put a shot on target, but Oscar met it right there on sight. Big save. Oscar Ustari. It's going to be a corner for Toronto. 34, 55, 56 and counting. 35 minutes played in the first half. 0-0, Toronto and Miami. Our Inter Miami Herons trying to defend this set piece. Mihalovic gets it off, and a header thwarted by Sergio Busquets. And now Baltasar Rodriguez trying to go on the counter, but it is won by Cifuentes. Cifuentes goes to the ground, no whistle. Corbiano ends up with it. Now Pierre-Luc Lossier blows his whistle. Lossier with a late whistle as Jose Cifuentes went to ground. Is he going to show a card? No. He was reaching for his pocket for his paint to mark where the Inter Miami defenders can't cross. But Jose Cifuentes winning a penalty kick here. This is the replay of the first shot on target by Rodriguez. Would have been assisted by Messi. Good save by Sean Johnson. And then Messi, right foot, man. He went near post, and Sean Johnson met him there. Diving save by the Toronto goalkeeper. All right, free kick time for Toronto. They're about 10 yards outside of the Inter Miami circle of their box as Mihailovic and Coelho are disputing what they want to do here. Oscar Ustari barking orders at his defenders. But Mihailovic and Coelho continue, and as now referee Pierre-Luc Lossier having conversations with the two of them. Apparently there is an issue with the Inter Miami wall, and now Lossier blows his whistle. Coelho and Mihailovic both looking like they're going to be involved on this. This would be a Ronaldo-esque free kick for Mihailovic. Yeah, he skies it 5 rows up. That was Ronaldo territory for United. No chance. No chance you ever go for goal there if you're Mihailovic, but fair play. Noah Allen plays in out of Inter Miami's box. This is Sergio Busquets right outside of the penalty arc. DePaul. Now to Allen. Allen, near side touchline to Alba, inching the midfield. Alba, big switch back to Busquets. Inter Miami penalty arc. Right in between that penalty arc and midfield circle. Busquets plays DePaul in that midfield circle. Now to Noah Allen. Allen gets across midfield. He's got space. He lays it off to Alba. Alba looking for Suarez in the middle. Good 2-man-2 ball. Messi and DePaul. DePaul on the run. He finds Allende. Far side box of Toronto. Allende in the box now. He retreats to DePaul. DePaul cross in. He finds Suarez. Suarez gets a head on it. Alba saves it from going out of bounds. No, it will be a goal kick coming up for Toronto. And now Pierre-Luc Lossier blows his whistle, says, "Get back, boys." As Sean Johnson, goalkeeper for Toronto, will boot this one away or play it short. Toronto's next match will be against the Chicago Fire on October 4th, while our Inter Miami Herons will be back to some home cooking after 2 games away. Or, excuse me, Chicago is Inter Miami's next opponent here in South Florida. Near side touchline is Alba. He retreats back to Noah Allen, and Allen gets it to a start. 38-46 and counting in the first half. We haven't really had a lot of stoppages. We're about 7 minutes away from extra time in the first half. My best guess is 1 or 2 minutes from referee Pierre-Luc Lossier. The ball intercepted at the midfield mark. This is Coelho. Laurier with space, directing traffic to the near side touchline. He gets into that touchline to Corbiano. Probing. Now he retreats. Georgi Mihailovic is playing left mid, and he's on the near side touchline. As Luis Suarez fouls Sigurd Rosted. An uber attacking lineup. I can't stress that enough from Toronto tonight. They have center backs all the way across midfield in the Inter Miami midfield circle. Inter Miami needs to hit on a counter. This is Coelho. Coelho makes a pass to Etienne. Back to Mihailovic. Far side touchline now is Osorio, captain. Osorio still has it. 2-man 2-ball with him and a couple of Toronto players on that far side touchline. Toronto truly probing as we get a big switch near side touchline. Corbiano, their leading goal scorer, makes a move towards goal. Lays it off. Now he gets it back. Rodriguez running his socks off on the defensive end tonight. For play to him as Corbiano skies it over Oscar Ustari's goalpost. I believe they're calling a foul on this. It's weak. Corbiano fouled by Baltasar Rodriguez. Rodriguez is working. I always give a young player credit who's playing on both sides of the pitch, especially when you're playing an attacking position like left mid tonight for Baltasar. Mihailovic, or they awarded a corner. So Mihailovic going to be taking the corner for Toronto. Thought it was a foul. Apparently it went off of Inter Miami. Looked like it went off in Toronto. And now we have another whistle by Pierre-Luc Lossier. He's having a conversation with Rodrigo de Paul. Throws his hands up in disgust. De Paul gets things sorted with referee Pierre-Luc Lossier. And now Mihailovic is instructed he can finally strike his ball. Makes his signal. Mihailovic crosses it in. Falcone wins the header. Is Rodriguez going to get there? He does. Baltasar gets her far side touchline pass to Messi. Messi bullied off the ball, but won by Rodriguez, and Luis Suarez was streaking towards the Toronto box, but he will not get there. As Sean Johnson, who's been the man of the match for Toronto so far, grabs it, and he pushes upfield to Mihailovic. Toronto, midfield circle. Rosted gets it, passes it back to Sean Johnson. Currently, there are 2 defensive players back for Toronto. Everyone else, before the retreatment back, was up past the midfield mark. Inter Miami will hit on one of these counters first. Jose Cifuentes now with space. He does a big switch. This is Petretta, opposite box of Inter Miami. Mihailovic passes it into nobody. It was a sliding Rodrigo de Paul. Far side box of Inter Miami. Mihailovic managed to get his boot at the end of it within the Inter Miami box. But good defense by de Paul, and Inter Miami won. Midfield arc. Pass back Ian Frey to Alba. Now right by that midfield arc, Inter Miami side, is DePaul. DePaul Gives it to Busquets. Busquets now to Allen. Inter Miami probing out of their back. 43 minutes have been played. 43, 0-0, Toronto and Miami. Falcone passes it right to Suarez in the middle. He's taken down, but no whistle. Pierre-Luc Lossier says play on, as thankfully Etienne turns it over. He was looking for Corbiano. Inter Miami on the counter. Alba to DePaul. Messi looking for Suarez. Messi has it again. Right outside the penalty arc is intercepted. That was Rosted. Inter Miami back on it again. DePaul to Allende. Allende cross in the box. Rosted couldn't handle it. Messi blocked! Oh my goodness! Another save by Sean Johnson. Unbelievable! He's on his head. And a yellow card shown to Suarez. Sean Johnson made the save and then corralled it with his feet. Unbelievable. What happened with Suarez? What a pass in by Rodriguez. It was a little layoff to Messi. I mean, my goodness, Sean Johnson made the save, corralled it with his feet, and then picked it up from his bum. You can't make this up. There's a lid on the goal. And Suarez got called for a card. He went crashing in trying to get to that ball. A booking in the 44th. Luis Suarez and Pierre-Luc Lossier's book. Unbelievable. How are Inter Miami in? Sean Johnson looks like Iker Casillas out there tonight. My goodness. Is that the long-time Barcelona Centurion in net tonight? DePaul. Far side touchline, 1 minute of extra time. Brought to you by your local South Florida Audi dealer. More on that in a second. As our Herons are in the box. Jordi Alba, near side box, crosses it in. Looking for Suarez. Goal! It found Allende instead. What a pass by Jordi Alba. The lid is lifted in the 45th minute. Tadio Allende gets ahead on it. What a pass from Jordi Alba. 1-0. Inter Miami. Great pass by Messi setting up Alba. Alba with a beautiful cross. He was looking for Suarez. Found Allende instead. What a goal by Tadio Allende. Couldn't save that one. What a goal. Allende, a taller Inter Miami player. Him and Sergio Busquets, the two tallest players for Inter Miami. He used every inch of that 6'1", 6'2". It's now Toronto will get the ball back rolling. I'm assuming it's going to be halftime. Right when the ball gets played. It was 1 minute of extra time. As Pierre-Luc Lossier, 46-39, 46-40. Luc Lossier still hasn't blown the whistle. As Toronto goes backwards. Where's the whistle? And there is the whistle. Oh, no, it's a foul. Now it's halftime. So he called the foul, and then he blew his whistle. Then he blew his whistle for halftime. Pierre-Luc Lossier. What a goal by Tadio Allende. What a pass by Jordi Alba, and what a hockey assist from Lionel Messi. We have reached halftime here at BMO Stadium. Inter Miami on top of Toronto, 1-0 with a goal at the death. We'll get you your halftime report when we return on your Inter Miami radio network.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUCHawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
easy. Don't fumble your finances. Whether you're running a business or running plays, Jay Zolo and Associates keeps your books tight in your stress light. With nearly 30 years of experience, Jay Zolo is your go-to coach for QuickBooks, offering expert consulting, one-on-one training, and full-service bookkeeping. Jay Zolo and Associates, simplifying your books so you can win on and off the field. Visit jzolo.com today. That's JZOLLO.com.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
A bicycle kick is a risky move, and risky can be exciting for soccer, but not for your money. PNC Bank believes boring is better. It's the smart and steady way to manage your finances and save the excitement for all you want to do in life. See how at pnc.com/brilliantly boring. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865 and proud to sponsor Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach.
The pink smoke is in the air. Inter Miami Soccer is on ESPN 106.3. Here's Mike Rizzo.
Welcome on in, folks, to your halftime report. Our Inter Miami Herons on top 1-0. As it should be more, for being completely honest. Lionel Messi, 2 great looks on target, but Sean Johnson, goalkeeper for the Herons, is on his head. But Inter Miami managing to pull a goal back right before halftime. And I apologize, it's the first time I'm shouting out my guy, Cade Chumslin, back at the ESPN 106.3 studios in downtown West Palm Beach. He has the goal highlight in the 46th minute. Take a listen. So our Herons are in the box. Jordi Alba, near side box, crosses it in, looking for Suarez. Goal! It found Allende instead. What a pass by Jordi Alba. The lid is lifted in the 45th minute. So Allende getting ahead on the other side of Jordi Alba's cross in, and they break the deadlock with that beautiful play, 1-0 at halftime. As I mentioned, this is your halftime report on your Inter Miami radio network. Let's get you a couple of match facts. Inter Miami enjoying more of the possession, 56% comparatively to 44. 1.12 XG for our Herons, and compared to just 0.22 for Toronto. 9 total shots in the game, 5 by the Herons, 4 by Toronto. 1 big chance for Inter Miami, 0 big chances for Toronto. 5 shots on target for Inter Miami. 5 shots on target for our Herons. I mentioned, man, Sean Johnson, the goalkeeper for Toronto, is absolutely on his head. Folks, with a goal, he has surrendered a goal, and he has a 7.9 match rating according to FOTMOB. A 7.9 match rating for a goalkeeper. Folks, to put things in perspective, Oscar Ustari had a solid half, all right? Played great. He had a save. He's got a 6.2. This guy's got a 7.9 match rating. He has denied 5 shots on target. He is truly on his head, but he could not save that beautiful ball, Jordi Alba to Tadio Allende, to make things 1-0 in the 46th minute. But that's a little match facts for you here at the halfway mark. I think a couple of substitutions could come on in this one. Now, I'll tell you who's running their socks off is Baltasar Rodriguez. Rodriguez, equally great up top. He did miss a chance from Lionel Messi in about the 32nd minute. Messi played a beautiful ball to him. He just could not get his foot on the other side. It would have been a one-timer goal for Rodriguez on that. But he did have a shot on target. And surprise, surprise, it was saved by Sean Johnson. Folks, I may or may not have compared Sean Johnson to the great Iker Casillas, from way back when in La Liga. I mean, it was that good from that goalkeeper in the first half. But Lionel Messi had a fantastic half. He has a 7.4 match rating. I know a lot of people who watch World Football, they're not big into the MRs on FOTMOB. I personally am. I've called this game, and I've seen these players play on the pitch, and I think all of them are about right. Messi with a 7.4, Allende with a 7.2 with the header goal, Ian Frey sitting there with a 7.2, and Jordi Alba with a 7.8 with the assists. Outside of Sean Johnson, goalkeeper for Toronto, no other player for Toronto has a positive MR, meaning 7 or higher. But I think the best player not named Sean Johnson, the goalkeeper, is Georgi Mihailovic. Mihailovic has really gotten his foot at the end of a lot of balls that have crossed the midfield mark. Mihailovic has been taking the free kicks, but really nothing going forward, if I'm being completely honest. There was, early on in the game, there was a scuffle in the box between Jose Cifuentes and Sergio Busquets. Cifuentes went down in the box right by the penalty arc, but the referee, Pierre-Luc Lossier, said play on. And I thought it was the right call. And even my OG onside producer, Oscar Gonzalez, did as well. Even taking our bias out of it, it was the right call for the moment. Folks, that was your halftime report on your Inter Miami Radio Network. Let's take a timeout. When we return, we will have the second half live from BMO Field in Toronto. Our Herons on top 1-0. Second half on your way on the Inter Miami Radio Network.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey. My favorite time of year is here, football season. And if you're a fan of football, you need to be playing Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. Will Saquon Barkley have more or less than 1 rushing touchdown? Will Joe Burrow throw more or less than 2.5 passing touchdowns? If your picks are right, you can cash in. Prize Picks also puts their users first, so all withdrawals are fast and safe and secure. They offer Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account all football season. We make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Hey, it's Theo, and let's be real. Moving sucks. Boxes, packing, all that stress. Who's got time for it? That's why there's Safebound Moving and Storage. We handle everything. Whether you're moving local or long distance, we offer a headache-free experience, just the way moving should be. Get your free quote today at safeboundmoving.com. Because every move should feel safe with SafeBound.
It's Inter Miami Soccer on ESPN 1063. Let's get back to the pitch. Here's Ken LaVicka.
Mike Rizzo filling in for Ken LaVicka. Welcome on back to your Inter Miami Radio Network. We are awaiting for the ball to get rolling in the second half. It is 1-0. Our Inter Miami Herons on top of Toronto FC. Folks, there was 1 minute of extra time where the goal happened. Tadeo Allende scoring in 45+1. It's the lone and decisive goal for Inter Miami at this point. They have 5 shots on target. All of them were saved by Sean Johnson outside of the Tadeo Allende goal. But I mentioned extra time. All extra time, folks, is brought to you by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. You can visit your local South Florida Audi dealer, test drive that brand new Q6 e-tron, or visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. Some reserves I think we could be seeing coming up at halftime, possibly Yannick Bright. I can see Bright coming on for either Sergio Busquets or Rodrigo DePaul. Now, I think DePaul has enough legs to go, whistle the whistle, go the full 90. I think he'll probably come in for Busquets. And for those of you who are just joining us, Sergio Busquets, he announced that he is going to be retiring at the end of this season. So Busquets retiring. And I personally think Sergio, one of the best number 5s to ever play the game. And I think a lot of people would argue that fact as well. Sergio certainly a teammate who people will go to bat for as well. I've heard nothing but great things as far as him as a locker room guy, and certainly hear from our Inter Miami faithful, one of the better Inter Miami Herons we have had in that shirt for the last couple of years. So fair play to Sergio, who is deciding to hang up the boots after a long and successful career for Sergio Busquets. Also, no Matteo Silvetti tonight. Silvetti is on international duty. He's on international duty for the U20 World Cup. Silvetti's still a younger player for Inter Miami. Obviously, if he is still playing with the U20s on the Argentinian side. Forgive me for thinking there's just no room for him on the main national team with the likes of Lionel Messi, Enzo Fernandez, and company. But we're about to get the ball rolling here in the second half. Players are on the field, and we are going to get you set for the second half of play. Now, Toronto, I mentioned in that first half, that Toronto and what they had going forward, folks, they send a lot of people forward. And I mean, you had Richie Laurier, you had center backs right outside the penalty arc, you had Sigurd Rusted making runs as well. There were points where Toronto had one man back on defense. So these Toronto players are covering a lot of ground tonight. Which makes me think there are going to be a lot of substitutions coming up in the second half. Looks like that they're going to be rolling out their same lineup. Once again, it's Kosi Thompson, Sigurd Rusted, Richie Laurier, Raul Petretta. Then in the midfield, Alonso Coella, Jose Cifuentes, Jonathan Osorio. And then up top, Georgi Mihailovic, Derek Etienne, and Theo Corbiano. Corbiano, the leading goal scorer for Toronto FC this year. We're still waiting for Inter Miami to get back out onto the pitch. Our Herons with a 1-0 lead, courtesy of a Tadeo Allende header in 45 plus extra time. As far as substitutions for our Herons, I think you're going to see Coach Mascherano roll out with that original 11, which we usually see for about 15, 20 minutes, and usually in that 70-minute mark, you see a sub. I think Telasco Segovia could possibly come on. I think Yannick Bright. Look out for Marcelo Weigand. Ian Frey has been running his socks off too. He's been going box to box on that right fullback side. But I'm so happy that Tadeo Allende got in on that score sheet. Allende, who played beautifully in the FIFA Club World Cup, that was his first goal. Make sure I'm right on this. It was Tadeo Allende's first goal. No, he scored against DC United. So Allende, 2 goals in the last 3 games. Before that, his last goal is all the way July 5th against Montreal. So Tadeo Allende finding form. 2 goals in 3 games. He's obviously assisted by Jordi Alba. Inter Miami now gets the whistle from Pierre-Luc Lossier, referee. And we are underway. Second half action. Inter Miami up 1-0. Noah Allen to Sergio Busquets right outside of Inter Miami's penalty. Busquets, big switch, near side touchline to Frey. Frey, back to Busquets. Busquets to Allen, far side touchline. Here is Jordi Alba. Toronto press on early as Inter Miami's trying to find a way out. Falcone to DePaul. DePaul back to Falcone, near side touchline. Falcone, big ball forward. He's looking for Allende, and Sean Johnson ends up falling on it. Allende gave it a good run. Johnson had to wait until it got into his box, but Allende making that a little more dangerous than it had to be. Good hustle there. Tadeo Allende, obviously our lone goal scorer. 1-0, 46 minutes gone by in the game. Toronto trying to find a way out in Inter Miami territory. DePaul called for a foul on Petretta, near side touchline. Gave him the old finger waggle, my favorite thing in all of sports. No. We're wrong. Pierre-Luc Lossier. Rostel. Pass forward, no one home. Goal kick for Ustari coming up. If we look at Toronto and their leaders on the season, you got Theo Corbiano with 7 goals on the year. He is the team leader. It's a team who does not score a lot of goals. They've drawn 12 times, have 5 wins, 13 losses. A team who likes to mud things down, not have a lot of goals scored in their fixtures. Oscar Ustari with the ball at his feet. Toronto press still on. They're pressing here for a late goal, or rather, early second half goal, excuse me. Ustari boots it to Ian Frey. Frey plays it near side touchline. Press still on. Frey breaks the press. He passes midfield, gets it to Allende, who plays it back now. Inter Miami still probing out of their defense. Noah Allen. Far side touchline. Allen still with it. Gets it back from Baltasar. Now Rodriguez has it in Toronto territory. He's trying to stay on his feet, and a foul finally called. That one is going to go against Jose Cifuentes. No card shown. Wasn't a card either. It's just your standard foul. Free kick for Inter Miami coming up. 48 minutes gone by, 1-0. Herons on top of Toronto. Looks like Sergio Busquets will be taking this free kick for Inter. Busquets plays it back to Falcone. Falcone, midfield circle to Allen. Allen, far side touchline to Busquets. Busquets, back to Falcone at midfield. To DePaul. Inter Miami still trying to work through this Toronto press. Playing pitter-patter with the defense. Rodriguez, far side touchline to Alba. Alba, big switch, middle of the field to Messi. Messi with space. Messi, far side touch to Alba. Back to Messi, and that one's thwarted. Good defense there by Petretta. Allen. Midfield circle of Toronto. Lays it off for Busquets. Busquets, long pass to Allende. Goes through the legs of Allende and Suarez to goalkeeper Sean Johnson. Johnson plays it to Coelho. Slow-moving second half here. As Coelho dancing around in his own box, pressed by Lionel Messi. Coelho forced the pass. Here's Rusted. Rusted to Cifuentes, who's looking for Corbiano. Out of bounds, Inter Miami throw. Alba, quick throw to Allen. Allen, big switch to the near side touchline. Now here's Rodrigo de Paul in the middle of the field. Busquets. Allen. Inter Miami playing out the back. Falcone. Back to Allen. 50 minutes gone by, 1-0. Inter Miami on top of Toronto. The lone difference is a goal by Tadio Allende, assisted by Jordi Alba in the first half. Big switch near side touchline. Allende goes to the ground. We're still waiting on a whistle from referee Pierre-Luc Lassier. As it's going to be a throw. It's going to be as Mihailovic helps up Allende. But apologies, have not seen what the referee has signaled for yet. As it is a throw in, Ian Frey going to be taking it for our Herons. Frey finds DePaul. DePaul boots it back to Ustadi, and Inter Miami will play out of the back again. No substitutions coming out of the second half. Both teams going with the same 11. Noah Allen, far side touchline. He was looking for Alba. Alba, hands in air, telling him what he wanted. As that ball rolls to Sean Johnson's box, and he'll play it to Alonso Coelho. Coelho. Right outside of the Toronto penalty arc. Coelho to Laria. To Coelho. Both teams playing out of that defense right now as it's near side touchline. Kosi Thompson. Thompson to Mihailovic. Big pass to Osorio, who's able to find Cifuentes. Now to Corbiano. Corbiano, far side touchline. Plays it back to his defense to Rusted. Rusted to Coelho. Here's Osorio, the captain. Big switch, near side touchline. Here's Petretta to Mihailovic. Mihailovic, good move forward. Looking for a whistle. No whistle called. I think Inter Miami was even shocked by that. As that ball rolls out of bounds, it's going to be a Herons throw-in. Georgi Mihailovic waves his hand in disgust at referee Pierre-Luc Lassier. Cannot believe there wasn't a foul. 52 minutes gone by, 52-15 and counting, 1-0. Our Inter Miami Herons on top of Toronto. We are at BMO Field in Toronto. Inter Miami and Toronto doing battle. Toronto on the year, 27 points. Our Inter Miami Herons, 55. Busquets to Alba, now to Allen. Allen playing out of the back, far side touchline, and he drives it out of bounds. It'll be a throw-in for Toronto. It's good pressing there by Jose Cifuentes. It's Toronto now in Inter Miami's third. Osorio, captain, directing traffic. Skipper, far side touchline. Cobiano. Laria to Coelho. Osorio recycles back to defense. This is Kosi Thompson. Looking near side touchline. Possession loss, rolls out of bounds. Inter Miami throw. Allende will throw it in. He'll go backwards to Ian Frey. Frey with a little ball roll. Noah Allen. Crosses midfield. Far side touchline to Alba. Now recycled back to Allen. 53-46 and counting. 1-0. Herons on top of Toronto. Allen to Busquets. Busquets now plays it back to Falcone. Falcone looking for Messi in the middle. Now that is a turnover. Cifuentes, far side touchline to Corbiano. Corbiano crosses it in, looking for Etienne. That one is going to stay in bounds. Allende, near side touchline, right by Inter Miami's box. Throws it off of Petretta. It'll be an Inter Miami throw. Falcone turned it over, looking for Messi. And Cifuentes did a good job finding Corbiano's. Good service in the middle by Corbiano, but Etienne never jumped. Odd. That was Derek Etienne. Did not jump for the pretty good ball in by Corbiano, as now Mihalovic directing traffic. He'll go backwards to the midfield line, near side touchline to Kosi Thompson. Coelho. Quick pass, but right back to Coelho from Osorio. Coelho near side touchline to Thompson. Inter Miami on the press now. Thompson with a step over, rolls out of bounds. It'll be a Toronto or no, it'll be an Inter Miami. No, Toronto throw. Thompson was giving it to Petretta. Petretta. A little confusion there on the throw in as Petretta finally gets it in. Now here is Thompson to Rosted. Rosted right in between the midfield circle and the Toronto penalty arc as Rosted, big ball downfield. Won by Jordi Alba. He immediately lost, though. Cifuentes back to Corbiano. Corbiano very active in this second half so far for Toronto. Cifuentes right outside of that midfield circle. Big switch to Petretta. Petretta back in the middle of the field to Coelho. Coelho to Cifuentes. Laria. Our side touchline, Corbiano. What a move. Nice move by Corbiano. A little hezzy as a header is in, and it is just off the mark. That was Jonathan Osorio, the captain, who probably gave that a ride better than I think Inter Miami defenders thought he was going to, as Falcon was in the vicinity. Same with Noah Allen. Allen made a jump for it, but ultimately Osorio sails it left on the header. Inter Miami playing out of the back. That Toronto press is still on. Far side, Noah Allen. Far side touchline. Alba back to Allen. Cifuentes pressing. Etienne now pressing Ustari. Ustari boots it. That ball is won by Rosted. Toronto on the front foot here. Mihalovic. Now Toronto plays it past the midfield line. That's Coelho to Cifuentes. Pass in the middle, thwarted away by Noah Allen. Alba to DePaul. DePaul, nifty move. Nice move there by DePaul. Now Messi with space near side touchline. Messi. Pass to Allende. Allende was looking for Frey. Good defense there by Raul Petretta. Out of bounds. Throw in for Inter Miami. Ian Frey will throw it in as Lionel Messi. First time, I think, all half. He had some space on that near side touchline. Made a good pass to Allende, but Allende couldn't get that ball in to Ian Frey. Frey looking for someone. Finds Suarez. Tries to one-time it back to Frey, but a turnover. One by Inter Miami. Now DePaul played Noah Allen right smack dab in the middle of the midfield. Allen, midfield circle. Now going back to Inter Miami territory. DePaul calling out orders. DePaul, midfield circle of Inter Miami. Plays it off. Far side to Allen. Allen, good ball in the middle. Actually won now by Toronto. Turnover, but Herons get on it. Back and forth right now. Back and forth. Turnovers between clubs. No shots on target in the second half for either team. Osorio had the lone shot of the second half. Sailed left on a one-time header. But Inter Miami, no shots on target so far. Dare I say, they've even been in the Toronto box this half, our Herons. But they've been playing out of the back. Give credit to Robin Frazier. He tactically switched things up on this Toronto offense. They are pressing. They are suffocating our Herons right now, who are trying to play out of the back. Allen, far side touchline to Alba. Now to Rodriguez. Rodriguez, ball lost. Corbiano on the run. Here's Corbiano. Lays it off. Laurier crossing the middle. Corbiano to Mihalovic. Ball still up for grabs. Petretta finds it at the penalty arc. Pass back into the box. Here's Laurier. Laurier goes through. Mihalovic scores! Goal for Toronto. Great pass by Laurier. It was a one-timer. If you're an EAFC player, folks, that's what we call the corner cheese. Dribble it to the corner, cross it in, and Mihailovic has a one-timer. Good play. 1-1 the scoreline. 59th minute. Georgi Mihailovic, the United States men's national team man this year, has had a couple of caps with Sir Pochettino. As Laurier, let's see this replay again. Laurier with the one-timer to Corbiano. Corbiano gets up, wins the ball, gets it to Petretta. Petretta back to Osorio, the captain. Laurier with the one-timer in the box. Ian Frey and DePaul not ready for the cross in. And that is Georgi Mihailovic on the goal. Darn, man. Falcone. He almost had a leg on that. Falcone almost got his leg on that pass in by Laurier. But that's going to be a goal, folks. 1-1. I'll tell you what. Robin Fraser, gaffer for Toronto, made a switch at halftime. Uber press was on for Toronto to begin the half. And Inter Miami struggled to get it past the halfway point. Our Herons now with some work to do as this one is tied up 1-1. Good news for our Herons, a lot of time. As we know, this is a team that can come back from behind. 60 minutes have played, 1-1. Your goal scorers are Tadio Allende for Inter Miami and Georgi Mihailovic for Toronto. Ustadi plays it to Allen, Inter Miami, playing out of the defense again. Press still on for Robin Fraser. Inter Miami, big switch to Allende, to Messi. Right back quick to Allende. Quick passes right now by Inter Miami as Allen has it. Inching past midfield. Far side touchline pass to Alba. Right back to Allen. Busquets. Midfield circle. Plays Falcone. Falcone. Nice long pass to Frey. He's going to get there. Good tackle. Raul Petretta denying Ian Frey on the long ball through. But good news, throw in for our Herons. Ian Frey going to throw it in. Has the conversation. And we do have a substitution for Inter Miami. I've watched this team a time or two. First substitute, Glasgow Segovia. Just who I thought it would be. So Segovia will come on for Baltasar Rodriguez. So Rodriguez off, Glasgow Segovia on in the 62nd minute. As Inter Miami resumes play, this is Ian Frey, near side touchline cross in the middle, deflected and out by Alonso Coelho. Corner kick for Inter Miami, brought to you by Lytle Rider Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath. Been serving injured people in South Florida for 35 years. Visit foryourrights.com. That is foryourrights.com. Right side penalty kick. Right side corner, at your mercy. Lionel Messi will take it. Messi in that left boot in the 62nd minute. Big chance for Inter Miami. Messi crosses it in. Looking for an Olympic goal. He almost scored it. As now we have a foul called. It looks like it's going to go against Ian Frey. That is, according to the Ken Levica counter, the 10th time Lionel Messi has gone for an Olympico. Dare I say that was the closest one. As Sean Johnson had to make a save, Ian Frey came crashing in. Foul called. Sean Johnson will have a goal kick. Coelho standing right next to Johnson in the 63rd minute, 1-1. Inter Miami and Toronto deadlocked. Mihailovic gets it to Petretta. Petretta, near side touchline. Pass back to Osorio, the captain. Osorio to Cifuentes. Cifuentes. Nice run here. Finds Petretta near side touchline. Right outside of Inter's box. Mihailovic, he left it for a streaking Richie Laurier. Had a little one-time back heel, which backfired our Inter Miami Herons getting possession. Ian Frey tackled from behind as referee Pierre Lorcier says play on, no foul. As DePaul now, big switch, far side touchline, Alba crossing midfield. Middle of the midfield circle in Toronto territory is Messi. To Busquets, back to DePaul. Right, still at that circle. DePaul, long pass through, thwarted by the defense, but Messi ends up with it. One-time pass from Suarez. Allende looking for Segovia in the box, rather, and was not ready for it. But Inter Miami wins it. Alba to Messi, and thwarted by Rosted. A pass and forth of possession, back and forth possession. Finally, Toronto ends up with the far side touchline. Corbiano, as Noah Allen wins the ball for Corbiano. Corbiano wanted a whistle. He's not going to get one as Sergio Busquets leading the charge past midfield. Busquets, long ball looking for Messi. Kosi Thompson header, won by Alba. Alba header into the box, right to Kosi Thompson. This is a back and forth game, folks. As now a bicycle pass. Is he on? He is. This is Derek Etienne. One-on-one with Falcon. Etienne now passes it back to Mihailovic. That was a hell of a pass by Jose Cifuentes. Bicycle pass, which found Derek Etienne in with space. But give credit to Maxi Falcon, who shut that down. Coelho going to try one, and Ustari doesn't need to get a hand on it, but it was a good run there by Alonso Coelho. It was not a save, but Alonso Coelho tried one from about 30 yards out. It rolled left of the Inter Miami goal. Segovia gets it into Inter Miami territory, far side touchline Alba. Suarez back to DePaul. Here is Busquets, midfield circle. Great pass to Allende. Now Ian Frey, near side touchline, inching closer to the penalty box. Mihailovic, Frey loses possession. Mihailovic, big switch to Corbiano. They're on the run, folks. Corbiano, one-on-one with Allen. Busquets coming to help. Corbiano, pass through! And what a stop, Maxi Falcon! Ustadi was beat. He went to ground. He missed all of the ball. Maxi Falcon with the goal-saving slide tackle. Etienne was there on the rebound. Great job, Maxi Falcon. 2 plays in a row where Maxi Falcon coming up big for the Inter Miami defense. He thwarted the bicycle kick, turned into a run. The bicycle kick from Cifuentes had turned into a run. Etienne was in on goal. Falcon tracked that one, and then tracking that slide tackle after Ustadi dove and got grass. Georgi Mihailovic will take the corner for Toronto. 67 minutes gone by, 1-1. Toronto and Miami, our Inter Miami Herons, on the defensive end as the cross is in. And it went off of Corbiano, but Toronto is going to give possession back. Far side box, another great defensive play by Falcon, and a goal kick awarded. Falcon and Kosi Thompson exchange a handshake, and I'll tell you what, Maxi Falcon has been, so far, my second half player of the game for the Herons. Now, we do have a substitution coming on for Toronto. Number 23, Dominguez. He is going to come on for Derek Etienne. So Derek Etienne, the striker, coming on off. And coming into the game is Rodriguez. "68 minutes gone by. 1-1 deadlocked here. Inter Miami struggled for chances in the second half, folks, but we still got a lot of soccer to play. Our Herons have had to play out of the back since halftime adjustments were made by gaffer Robin Frazier. Toronto has been on the press. They have been pesky on the ball. And our Herons, no shots on target so far in the second half, as another ball won, this time by Osorio. Osorio looking for a long ball to Corbiano up top, but he is denied. Now our Herons on the run. Messi finds Allende, who is in. Allende, near side box, crosses it into Suarez. Misses it, but won by Messi. Messi looking for Segovia. Back and forth exchange of possession. Now Toronto on the run. Oh boy. Jose Cifuentes finds Corbiano. Corbiano, one-on-one with Allen. Makes a couple of hezzies. Tries to get a shot on target. Deflection by Allen. Corner kick coming up for Toronto. Let's get you a little bit more information on the young man who came in for Toronto after this corner kick. That is, once again, Rodriguez, number 23. Dominguez. Metro Mercy, folks. Dominguez. That's Maximine Dominguez, who is on loan. The 29-year-old Switzerland player. He's attacking midfielder. No goals on the season. He has 1 assist in 21 matches. But a corner kick. Mihailovic on the end of this corner. He's going to boot it into the middle. Our Heron's got to lock in on this corner kick as Busquets heads it away. And now Segovia has it near side touchline as, wow, good defensive stop there. That was Jose Cifuentes. He's had a heck of a half. Another substitution coming on for Inter Miami. This is Marcelo Weigand coming on for Ian Frey. How about that, Oscar Gonzalez, my OG on-site producer? I am 2 for 2 on Inter Miami substitutions. I think I watched this team a time or two this year. Weigand on for Ian Frey. Also, Yannick Bright. Now, that's one I didn't call. Yannick Bright coming on for Sergio Busquets. So, Bright on for Busquets. Weigand on for Frey. Opportunity for Inter Miami thwarted by Kosi Thompson. It was a long ball through to Luis Suarez. Would have been the first time Inter Miami would have got their feet on a ball in the Toronto box in the second half. 71 minutes have gone by, 1-1. Toronto and our Herons deadlocked. Alba, far side throw in, right outside of the Toronto box as he played it back to Allen. And Allen now will throw it in, a second throw in for the Herons. To Paul. Right by that midfield circle in Toronto territory. Alba plays Messi. Messi quick pass to Allen. To Paul. Plays it in. He was looking for Segovia, intercepted by Kosi Thompson. And this is Dominguez. Far side touchline to Corbiano. Corbiano plays it back to Laria. Laria tells Kosi Thompson, get going, brother. Thompson stays put. Now he finally plays Thompson. Thompson passes midfield, near side touchline to Petretta. Back to Thompson. Inter Miami on the press now. Ball played back to goalkeeper Sean Johnson. Johnson boots it past the midfield line. Header won by Alba. Segovia, one-time pass to Messi. Messi tried to head it back to Segovia. Ball won by Toronto. Now won by our Herons. This is Alba. To Allen. Back to Rodrigo to Paul. Paul to Messi. Messi to Bright. Messi tried to one-time Bright again. Now Messi wins it with space. He finds Suarez. Does he have the legs? He doesn't. Oh. Beautiful pass by Messi, but Suarez could not get to the end of it. He would have had a shot on target if he did. Toronto now on the run. Far side touchline, and Dominguez unable to get to the through ball through. And now Inter Miami throws and plays it back to Ustadi. Falcon to Bright. 73 minutes gone by. Toronto and Inter Miami deadlocked at 1-1. Allen. Back to Bright. Bright to Falcon. Falcon, who I think has been the man of the match for the Herons in the second half. Herons have really been on the defensive foot for the first 30 minutes here. About 30-ish, 28 minutes here. Segovia, back to Suarez, back to Alba. Good ball won by Jordi Alba. Two-man, two-ball, him and Segovia. He ended up with it. Segovia, back to Rodrigo de Paul. To Allende. Allende lays it up to Cello Weigand as Sean Johnson thwarts away a Cello cross. But Inter Miami still has it. Messi, one-time header to Suarez. And Suarez with a boot. Did that go off of a Toronto upman? And it did. Corner coming up for Inter Miami. All Inter Miami quarters brought to you by Lytle Rider, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath. Visit foryourrights.com. Foryourrights.com. Lytle Rider, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath have been serving injured people and their families for 35 years. Corner gone short. Wagon has it, or Alba has it, crosses in, was looking for a crashing Suarez and Wagon. But that one is gleefully caught by Sean Johnson. So both of these teams actually will play the Chicago Fire coming up next. Inter Miami has them September 30th, and then Toronto has them October 4th. So both teams will be facing off against the Fire. The Chicago Fire right now are the last team in the MLS playoffs in that 9th spot in the Eastern Conference. So big fixtures coming up for obviously both of these teams, but also Chicago, who is fighting for a playoff spot. Toronto on the run. Near side touchline in Inter Miami territory is Thompson. Now Thompson plays it back to the midfield line to Coelho. Coelho gets it back to Thompson. 2-man 2 ball, Thompson and Coelho. Now it is passed to Laria. Laria trying to get a pass through the middle to Georgi Mihailovic. But Ustadi ends up with it. Now here is Yannick Bright. Bright to DePaul. DePaul to Messi. Messi looking for a long ball through to Allende, and he's through. Allende in the box. First touch of the box in the box for Inter Miami. Suarez header to Segovia right outside the penalty arc. Back heel to Messi. Messi shoots, blocked. Sean Johnson again denying Messi for the 3rd time tonight. That was on his strong foot too. What a sequence by Inter Miami. Segovia back heels it to Messi. Messi goes near post diving save again. Is this Iker Casillas goal? I'm back to that point. Sean Johnson's on his head. Corner taken. Toronto wins it. Oh, what an opportunity for the Herons. Messi, cross in the middle, blocked by Toronto. Allende with a header in the box, though. Toronto finally clears it. What an opportunity. I can't stress enough how good that save was by Johnson again. Diving save against Lionel Messi for the 3rd time tonight. I cannot believe it. Far side touchline Alba. Segovia. And Alba goes down. Is there a foul? Referee Pierre-Luc Lossier says play on. I mean, he got whacked in the face, no? Kosi Thompson, that is Richie Laria kind of laughing it off. I don't know it seems like he got knocked in the nose. We got a replay here. As Alba goes to ground, that wasn't the best of looks for the replay. Oh, yeah, he smacked him in the face. My OG onside producer, Oscar Gonzalez, was on that from the jump. I cannot believe that wasn't a foul. Is Pierre-Luc Lossier, is he watching the same? Is referee Pierre-Luc Lossier, is he watching the game? No? Okay. I mean, that was bang, bang. I'll give him that. But Alba got smacked in the face. Another substitution. Coming off the pitch is Theo Corbiano. Corbiano has been great going forward, folks. He started that run, which led to the Toronto goal. But he is coming off the pitch. He has had his day. Coming onto the pitch is Vilsaint. So Vilsaint, he replaces Corbiano. As we get the ball going again, somehow, some way, Inter Miami doesn't have a free kick. But 78 minutes gone by, 1-1. Toronto and Inter Miami deadlocked. Our Herons had a chance with Lionel Messi. Great strike. And a better save, believe it or not, by goalkeeper Sean Johnson. Sean Johnson, by the way, according to FOTMOB, an 8.5 MR. That is unheard of for goalkeepers, folks. Absolutely unheard of. As I believe we have a foul on Inter Miami. That is going to go against Tadeo Allende Mihailovic. He's in the vicinity. Yeah, that is Jules Anthony Vilsaint. So Jules Anthony Vilsaint coming on for Corbiano. And another foul. This one in favor of our Inter Miami Herons. Vilsaint, by the way, 6'4", coming off that wing. A lot of size coming off that left attacking wing now for Toronto. 22-year-old Canadian. A couple of national team appearances for Bill St. Stadi. We're inching to the 80th minute mark. I'd say 10 and a half minutes from extra time being announced. Folks, you can listen to this game on the ESPN South Florida app. Download it today. That is the ESPN South Florida app. You can find everything ESPN 106.3 there, including Inter Miami football. And a card is shown. It's a makeup call if I've seen one. Pierre-Luc Lossier has put a man in the book. And it's going to go against Georgi Mihailovic. A booking in the 80th. That is the first yellow card second yellow card of the game. Suarez got carded earlier in the game. So second yellow card handed off by Pierre-Luc Lossier. One card for the Herons, one card for Toronto. Inter Miami in Toronto territory. Yannick Bright to DePaul. DePaul, middle of the field in Toronto territory. DePaul. Now Allen near that far side touchline of Toronto. Now centralized to Bright. Here is Suarez. One-time pass to Messi. Messi plays off a defender. No foul called, but he gets up and gets the ball. It's Yannick Bright. Bright gets tackled. And is he pointing for a penalty? No, he is not pointing for a penalty. It'll be outside of the box. It was a good job by Yannick Bright to win the ball outside the box. And Pierre-Luc Lossier, referee, actually put Raul Petretta in the book. Yellow card shown to Raul Petretta as he stops Yannick Bright, which could have led to a goal. In all intents and purposes, Bright, if he gets on the end of that ball, he could have a shot on target. But he is fouled by Raul Petretta. And folks, this is prime Lionel Messi free kick territory. 81st minute, Lionel Messi is going to have a real look from a free kick, folks. I would say a yard and a half for all my American football listeners out there. About a yard and a half outside of the penalty arc. It's right center. It's not completely dead on in the penalty arc, but it's just off to the right of the penalty circle and about a yard and a half away from the box touchline. Lionel Messi's going to have a tremendous opportunity, folks. 82nd minute. 82nd minute. 1-1. Toronto and Inter Miami deadlocked. Messi chance have erupted. I can't stress enough how prime Messi territory this is for a free kick. Lionel Messi, here's the whistle. Approaches, shoots, blocked! Another save by Sean Johnson! Inter Miami ends up with it, though, as Jordi Alba plays it to nobody, and it's a goal kick. Fourth save of the night for Sean Johnson on Lionel Messi. What a strike. Oh, another diving save for Sean Johnson. Let's see what that MR is on. By the way, match rating, folks, when I say MR with FOTMOB, 8.5, 8.5 for a goalkeeper. Messi chants have now erupted in Toronto. They're stomping their feet for the great one in the 83rd minute. 4 shots on target, all saved by Sean Johnson. 3 of them diving saves. Segovia, pass in the middle. Inter Miami right outside of the box, thwarted, and now, hold on. Segovia fouled Dominguez. Dominguez came up hot. I thought the referee, Pierre-Luc Lossier, was going to go to his pocket. But he's just going to have a conversation with him, telling him that is it. Here is the replay on the free kick. Now, it wasn't the diving save like his last shot on target, but he had to go to ground to save it. Messi with a brilliant free kick. Sean Johnson denied him again. I'm going to make sure I'm right on this. I'm going to find you guys how many saves this young man has on the day. Sean Johnson has 5 keeper saves, 4 of them against Lionel Messi, 1 against Baltasar Rodriguez. Unbelievable. 84th minute and counting. Toronto 1, Inter Miami 1. Inter Miami drew with Toronto back on April 6th in South Florida at Shea Stadium. Could be the same result here if our Herons can't find a late one. I mean, extra time, it can't be more than 2 minutes, folks. There haven't been a lot of stoppages. Villa Saint loses the ball. Rodrigo de Paul now has it, midfield circle. Noah Allen back to DePaul. DePaul, big switch, near side touchline is Cello Wagon. Wagon, one-time touch pass to Bright. Bright pass to the middle. That one rolls all the way to Jordi Alba to the far side touchline. Alba resets to Allen. Allen plays Wagon. Wagon. A couple of skill moves. Now dumps it back to Allen. 85th minute, 1-1. Toronto and Inter Miami. Goal scorers are Georgi Mihailovic for Toronto and Tadeo Allende for the Herons. Inter Miami playing out of the back with Falcon. Falcon near side touchline to DePaul. DePaul trying to get that ball centralized to Wagon. Now back to that near side touchline to DePaul. Here's Allende. Allende and DePaul exchanging. DePaul, big switch to Noah Allen. Allen to Suarez, back to Alba. Alba in the box, far side. Pass to Messi. Messi shots on, blocked. Raul Petretta, who is down, injured, gets up now. He blocked it originally. Inter Miami still with it outside the penalty arc. Messi in the penalty arc makes a move, and it is thwarted away by Georgi Mihailovic. We have a corner. Presented by Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath. Visit foryourrights.com. Our good friends at Lytle Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath have been serving injured people and their families for 35 years. Visit foryourrights.com. All right, we got the replay. It looked like Lionel Messi's recent shot attempt was deflected by Petretta, who was on the ground, but it was a good kick save by center back Richie Laria. Messi, corner, going to be taking it. It's a right side corner. Lionel Messi's left in-swinging foot going to be taking it. We are in the 87th minute. Messi chance have erupted from the corner. Will he try for his 11th Olympico of the season? Messi, pass in, deflected away, and Bill Saint, Jules Anthony Bill Saint will clear, and Oscar Ustadi will get it for Inter Miami on the opposite end of the field. Inter Miami threatening, though. Herons are threatening. The attackers look good. Problem is the goalkeeper is the regen of Iker Casillas in this. I am hearing there could be 2 minutes. I'm assuming there's going to be 2 minutes of extra time as far as, what myself and my OG on-site producer, Oscar Gonzalez, have seen up to this point. Mike Rizzo filling in for Ken LaVicka. We have a thriller, 1-1. Can Inter Miami take the lead late in Toronto? Far side touchline, Alba tries to cross in, blocked by Cifuentes, who is now in on goal. He plays Mihailovic. Mihailovic attacking, guarded by Falcon. Falcon, pass laid off as Ustari dives and saves it. That went off of Alba, folks. It was a pass in from Georgi Mihailovic. Now Rodrigo de Paul on the run. De Paul lays off to Messi. Messi playing on Allende. Allende, near side box. He's in. He goes to ground, but it's going to be a goal kick. Never a penalty either, folks. He just lost his footing. Lionel Messi with a beautiful ball. Let's see this replay, though, for Toronto. So Mihailovic crosses it in. Noah Allen gets a foot on it, goes off of Alba, and Ustari has to make a diving save. So Georgi Mihailovic coming off of the pitch and coming on the pitch for Toronto is Malik Henry. So Henry on, Mihailovic off. Also, Franklin on. I'll get you who is off for Toronto in just a second. But Malik Henry, number 78, the Canadian right midfielder. And so Malik Henry came on for Cifuentes, and Kobe Franklin came on for Mihailovic. And it is the 89th minute. We're inching closer to extra time here in Toronto. As this was a good move by Dominguez. Dominguez now close to that Inter Miami box, placed at far side touchline. We have crossed the 90-minute threshold, and it's going to be 4 minutes of extra time. 4 minutes of extra time as our Inter Miami Herons are going to try to probe for a late winner. So +4 at a time, brought to you by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. Extra time brought to you by our good friends at Audi. 1-1 your scoreline. Inter Miami trying to find that late goal to get them all 3 points and avoid 2 straight draws with Toronto FC. This would be Toronto's 7th draw in a row if this score currently holds. Toronto playing out from the back. Kobe Franklin. Pass to Malik Henry. Now they will recycle to their defense. 91 minutes have gone by. 3 more minutes to play in the game. Henry to Vilsaint. Vilsaint thwarted by Falcon. Good defense by Maxi. Maxi, by the way, my MVP for Inter Miami in the second half should be Lionel Messi, but, you know, the goalkeeper, Sean Johnson, is the regen of Iker Casillas. Allende, near side touchline to Wagon. To DePaul. Now to Allen. Now we got a whistle. And I believe a fan is on the field. Yes, a young lady is on the field, and she is looking for a picture from Lionel Messi. And, Messi takes him. He takes him. So, but a young lady has came onto the field, and she wants her selfie with one of the greatest of all time, Lionel Messi. Yep. And the PA announcer reminding everybody, if you go onto the field, you will face the law. But a young fan heading onto the field looking for a picture with Lionel Messi. DePaul, midfield, crosses now, near side touchline, was looking for Wagon. The ball rolls out of bounds. Wagon wasn't ready for that one. It looked like a good ball by DePaul, but now more conversations with referee Pierre-Luc Lossier, Rodrigo DePaul, and Yannick Bright, but we're closing to 93 minutes. We have +4 added time, presented by your local South Florida Audi dealer, as Toronto, and I think, Toronto's playing for pride. I think they're glad to steal a point from Inter Miami at this point. The Herons got to get that press on, and Suarez does just that, but he fouls Kosi Thompson. 93-14, 93-15 and counting. Our Herons are running out of time, folks, to get 3 points in Toronto. We're live at BMO Field. The goal scorers in the match. Tadio Allende with a header goal in 45 plus extra time in the first half. And then in the second half, Georgi Mihailovic, the man who has gotten a couple of caps for the United States men's national team, is the lone goal scorer for Toronto in the second half. So 93-50, 93-51. Miami throws it into Ustadi, 58, 59. We are at 94 minutes. This could be the last attack for our Inter Miami Herons. They cannot go backwards as Yannick Bright gets it across the midfield line. Here's Segovia. Reminder, you cannot go back as referee Pierre-Jean-Luc Lossier is going to let this go. Inter Miami still probing in the attack. Suarez now to Bright. Bright back to Suarez. Suarez in swinging pass to Messi. It's deflected. Here's Villasaint. He boots it. And it's going to be a throw-in as we're at 94-38. Noah's got to get up. Allen, you got to get up, brother. As Inter Miami trying to continue to go forward. Pierre Lossier has not blown the whistle yet. Rodrigo de Paul cross in, looking for Alba. Alba heads it away, and that is the whistle. Inter Miami draws on the road to Toronto. Lionel Messi, 4 shots on target, all thwarted by Sean Johnson, the goalkeeper. The goal scorers, as I mentioned on the game, Georgi Mihailovic in the 60th minute tied things up. Then to open the scoring was Tadio Allende in the 45th in the 45+1 extra time alluded to in the first half. Good game by Maxi Falcon. The Inter Miami defense really locked in after they surrendered the goal to Georgi Mihailovic. But the story of the day is Sean Johnson, the goalkeeper. 6 saves on the day. 6 saves on the day for the goalkeeper, Sean Johnson. 4 of them coming against Lionel Messi. And I mean absolute screamers on goal too, folks. These were top-tier saves by Sean Johnson. That man just had the game of his career and a moment to remember, denying Lionel Messi 4 times from scoring a goal. Final score 1-1. We'll get into your Inter Miami post-game report. Brought to you by your local South Florida Audi dealer, coming up next on your Inter Miami Radio Network.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Putting the ball behind the keeper takes lots and lots and lots of tireless work that leads to something brilliant. It's the same with PNC Bank. They take a smart, practical approach with your money so you can score brilliant financial goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865 and proud banking sponsor of Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts. Visit pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Miami Dolphins football is back at Hard Rock Stadium. The party starts the second you hit the lot and doesn't stop till the final whistle. There's nothing like experiencing Dolphins football live. Single game tickets are on sale now with options for every budget, from the 300 level to our luxury offerings. Turn Sundays into something unforgettable. Secure your seats today. Visit MiamiDolphins.com/tickets and get ready for game day.
Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach. Beach. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach.
PNC Bank salutes you, soccer on the radio listener. While others will just read about the match, you're laser focused on every detail. At PNC Bank, we get it. We're all in on helping you make smart money moves and score your financial goals. See how at pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, proud banking sponsor of Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts and Brilliantly Boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You lather, rinse, moisturize, and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. But here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault. It's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today for only $79 a month. Visit Culligan.com for more information or just say,
"Hey, Culligan man."
It's Inter Miami Soccer on ESPN 106.3. Let's get back to the pitch. Here's Ken LaVicka.
Mike Rizzo filling in for the voice of the Inter Miami Herons, Ken LaVicka. Our final score from BMO Stadium in Toronto, 1-1, a draw for our Inter Miami Herons. That ends a 3-game winning streak for our Inter Miami Herons, but it's a 4-game unbeaten streak. So Inter Miami picking up a point on the road this late afternoon in Toronto. Let's get you some match facts before we take a timeout and get into the highlights. Inter Miami dominated possession, 62% to 38%. XGs, wow, 1.47 for Inter Miami compared to 0.65 for Toronto. The goalkeeper, Sean Johnson, is the man of the match. He had 5 saves, officially 5 saves in the match. But if you ask Mike Rizzo, who watched every turn of the ball today, I say 6. But officially, Sean Johnson has 5 saves. He is the man of the match. Inter Miami had 1 big chance, the same with Toronto. Both big chances were taken and had. So the big chance for Toronto was the Georgi Mihailovic 60th minute goal, and then the 45-plus extra time goal for Tadio Allende in the first half. And once again, if you're just joining us, we are going through our match facts. Going to take a quick timeout and then get into our highlights. But lastly, on the statistics and match facts for Inter Miami, 5 keeper saves for Sean Johnson, as I mentioned, 2 keeper saves for Oscar Ustari. 26 clearances. How about that? 26 clearances for Toronto, 11 clearances for the Herons, 3 blocks for Toronto, 1 block for Inter Miami. And Kate Chelmsland back at the City Place studio in downtown West Palm Beach has a plethora of highlights, which we will be going through coming up next. This is your Inter Miami postgame show on your Inter Miami radio network.
Download the ESPN South Florida app today and get the latest on local shows like Theoretically Speaking and Russo and Rizzo. Get some ESPN podcasts or get the high school sports updates in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Curious about what Mike Rizzo had to say about Aaron Rodgers? It's on the app. Wasn't able to find the score of the West Boca High School football game? It's on the app. Want to catch the Inter Miami live broadcast? You guessed it. It's on the app. Go download the ESPN South Florida app today and get your fix on all things sports right here in Palm Beach County.
At St. Lucie Battery and Tire, batteries came before tires. We've been selling and servicing all types of batteries for over 50 years. So when you need a battery for nearly anything, we have it, as well as the fast professional installation you need. We carry premium batteries for all your needs: automotive, commercial, marine, RV, and specialty. We also offer delivery and on-site installation, serving our customers quality products for over 50 years in the home of honest, reliable service. Go to slbt.com and book your next appointment.
Don't fumble your finances. Whether you're running a business or running plays, Jay Zolo and Associates keeps your books tight in your stressed life. With nearly 30 years of experience, Jay Zolo is your go-to coach for QuickBooks, offering expert consulting, one-on-one training, and full-service bookkeeping. Jay Zolo and Associates, simplifying your books so you can win on and off the field. Visit jzolo.com today. That's JZOLLO.com.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Touchdown! Racetrack is proud to support our local high school football teams. Whether it's Friday night lights or tailgate parties, Racetrack has whatever gets you going to fuel all the gridiron excitement this fall. Grab your favorite snacks, crispy chips, delicious Nathan's hot dogs, sweet treats, or our house-made pizza slices. Don't forget to quench your thirst with a variety of ice-cold drinks. Racetrack, your one-stop shop to fuel your football Fridays.
The road is calling. Embrace the thrill of the drive with the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Featuring effortless power, serious acceleration, and advanced Audi tech. The next chapter of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer.
Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach.
A bicycle kick is a risky move, and risky can be exciting for soccer, but not for your money. PNC Bank believes boring is better. It's the smart and steady way to manage your finances and save the excitement for all you want to do in life. See how at pnc.com/brilliantlyboring. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865 and proud to sponsor Inter Miami CF radio broadcasts. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The pink smoke is in the air. This is the Inter Miami Postgame Show. Here's Mike Rizzo.
Score 1-1, a draw for our Inter Miami Herons at BMO Field in Toronto. Lionel Messi, 4 shots on target, 4 very good strikes on target, all good, all saved by goalkeeper Sean Johnson. I may have referred goalkeeper Sean Johnson to the great Iker Casillas, who obviously is one of the best goalkeepers ever. Might have not have done that, but I did do it. He was on his head. Folks, he was on his head at a great game, and it is time for us to get into our highlight segment. Let's get right into the first goal. Our Inter Miami Herons got the lid off of the goal in that first half, a plethora of shots on target before halftime, one of them finally landing, a pass from Jordi Alba to Tadio Allende. So our Herons are in the box. Jordi Alba, near side box, crosses it in, looking for Suarez, goal! It found Allende instead. What a pass by Jordi Alba. The lid is lifted in the 45th minute. Now, that was the first goal of the game. It was going in for Luis Suarez, but found Tadio Allende at the back post. Alba to Allende opens up the scoring 1-0 in 45 plus extra time in that first half. Next, we move on to the 60th minute where Georgi Mihailovic hit a one-time goal with an assist from Jonathan Osorio. Pass back into the box. Here's Laurier. Laurier goes through. Mihailovic scores! Goal for Toronto! Great pass by Laurier. It was a one-timer. And apologies, Laurier. The assistment on that, it was a one-timer, very weird play. It was a Ricky rebound, which ended on the feet of Osorio. Osorio then found Laurier. Laurier, quick pass into the box, and a quick one-time goal by Georgi Mihailovic. And Mihailovic, that's what we call the EAFC 26 corner cheese for all of my footy video gamers that are out there. Finally, our final highlight. I mean, this was the story of the game, in my opinion. I already told you, Sean Johnson on his head, his best performance of his career, and he came up with a big block on Lionel Messi in the second half. Suarez header to Segovia right outside the penalty arc. Back heel to Messi. Messi shoots, blocked. Sean Johnson again denying Messi for the third time tonight. That was on his strong foot too. What a sequence by Inter Miami. Now, that was the third save Johnson had. He would ultimately get another one from a free kick late in that game. But, folks, those are the highlights brought to you by your local South Florida Audi dealer. Visit AudiUSA.com to learn more. Our final timeout. When we return, we'll wrap things up. We will look on ahead, take a look at that MLS table with our good friends at Audi on your Inter Miami postgame show on your Inter Miami radio network.
What's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Trans World Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
Hey guys, Mike Rizzo here. I know you're moving soon. Don't stress it. Call Good Greek for your total relocation solution. From packing and storage to local and long distance moves, Spiro and his team at Good Greek Moving and Storage has you covered from start to finish. Trusted by families, businesses, and teams like the Heat and the Hurricanes for over 2 decades. Make your next move simple, safe, and stress-free.
Good Greek Moving and Storage. Your superhero movers.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
The pink smoke is in the air. This is the Inter Miami postgame show. Here's Mike Rizzo.
Final segment of our postgame show. It is time to look forward and ahead with our Inter Miami Herons. Our Herons' next fixture is coming up this Tuesday, where we're back to some home cooking. We're back to some home cooking in Chase Stadium, live from Fort Lauderdale against the Chicago Fire. As of right now, the Chicago Fire are the final team that are in the MLS playoffs. They have 45 points with 30 games played. They will play their 31st game here coming up on Tuesday. But if we go around the MLS with our good friends at Audi, get on out to your local South Florida Audi dealer, test drive the brand new Q6 e-tron. That's AudiUSA.com to learn more. If we go around the MLS with Audi, Philadelphia still on top with our Inter Miami Herons drawing. That moves them up to third place with 56 points. Inter Miami has played 30 games comparatively to everyone's 31. So Inter Miami is still with the Supporter Shield in their sights. They have 56 points on the table. FC Cincinnati ahead of them with 58. And as I already mentioned, the Union with 60. The top 3 on that Western Conference table, San Diego with 57, Vancouver with 56, and Minnesota with 54. 4. But the next time we go live with the Inter Miami Radio Network will be Tuesday, 7 p.m. I will have the pregame. A lot of thank yous for today. Thank you to my OG on-site producer, Oscar Gonzalez, keeping us over the waves here at BMO Field in Toronto. And then finally back at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, my good friend Kate Chomslin, doing a great job cutting up highlights and keeping us up over the air. Thank you to the two of you. I am Mike Rizzo, filling in for the voice of the Inter Miami Herons, Ken LaVicka. Ken will be back coming up at about 7:38, 7:39 this coming Tuesday, and I will be back with the pregame, halftime, and post on Tuesday, starting with the pregame at 7 p.m. Everyone enjoy the rest of the MLS action tonight, and everyone have a great night. We'll catch up with you on Tuesday. See you later. Bye.
We now return to our regularly scheduled programming already in progress on ESPN 106.3.